Honourable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to look with favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in their sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people, and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, the formal communication from His Excellency the President to be taken by the Speaker himself. And let me proceed to item numbered 6 on today's order paper. Honourable members, correction of votes and proceedings.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for catching your eye. Mr. Speaker, your admiration for the Constitution of Ghana, very respectfully, is something that we all take pride in. And for that reason, I wish to bring to your attention a constitutional infraction, very respectfully, potentially. And this is Article 102 of the 1992 Constitution. Very respectfully, Mr. Speaker, if I may take the liberty to read. A quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, this is a substantive position of the Constitution, which requires that we do not proceed with government business unless we have the requisite quorum. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, by our own standing orders, Order 64, we are also guided to ensure that we do not proceed unless we have quorum. Mr. Speaker, a critical look at the number in this House is less than 40, far below the number. Mr. Speaker, at the last sitting, you adjourned proceedings to today at 10 o'clock. Mr. Speaker, it's almost 12 o'clock, and the House does not have the requisite number. Very respectfully, notwithstanding the 185 or so members of the majority. Mr. Speaker, we still do not have the quorum. Mr. Speaker, we in the minority are ready to do government business to support. But Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, considering your love for the Constitution considering your knowledge of the Constitution and the fact that same lies in your bosom, I am only holding your leg and urging you to pay fidelity to the provisions of the Constitution, which requires that without the requisite quorum, we cannot proceed. Mr. Speaker, I humbly pray that you take this very respectfully into serious consideration.
Honourable member, are you on your feet? Honourable Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, you are aware that the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament has a breakfast prayer meeting at which many of our colleagues are in attendance. He has advertised it, and I'm aware that a lot of us are aware, and then they are at the program. But, Mr. Speaker, I encourage compliance with the provisions of our Constitution. If the honourable member still wishes to press on his question of quorum in spite of Speaker's program, we can do according to the standing orders, which is to take the step of ringing the bell. Except to say, Mr. Speaker, that the bell has been dysfunctional for close to a year now. Unfortunately, the bell has been dysfunctional for close to a year now. And so last week, when you asked that the bell should be rang, they only rang the bell around the chamber block. But the members of Parliament are not sitting around the chamber block. Some are actually sitting in their offices. And so if you direct that the bell should be rang, then you must direct that the person ringing the bell until the electronic bell, which is connected to every MP's office, is fixed. Then you will have to direct that the person must ring on all the floors up to the 11th floor, so that effectively the MPs can be aware that the bell has been rung. So I have no objection if he wants to press on the question of quorum, and I have no issue with us having the bell rung, but then you must extend and direct the clerks that they must ring on every floor, because since last week I have been on them. I called an emergency meeting of the clerk and his staff, and I insisted that they must fix the bell by yesterday, Monday. As at this morning, I checked on them, and they have not yet fixed the electronic bell. So anytime you ask that the bell should be rung, the MPs in their offices don't get notice that we are calling for quorum. And that is how come that you don't get them in the chamber in order for you to be able to meet the quorum requirements. So I have no problem. If you insist that we must press on the provisions of Order 64, let's go ahead and take the next step.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minority Chief Whip. Yes, I recognize you.
Speaker, with respect to the Leader of the House, I sense his frustration, and he spoke to his frustration. Unfortunately, I'm not aware about the difficulty we ran through as a House because of the challenges associated with the bill. And I find that as a very fundamental challenge. Speaker, the issue of the bill should have been resolved long ago. And this brings us back to the matter I have been raising. Issues such as this, we should have been dealt with already if we had, for instance, our House committee in place. They would have followed up and make sure these matters are dealt with. I am not too sure the reasons cited by the leader will come to a stop the Speaker from proceeding ahead. Because this is, as he does know, this is a constitutional requirement, and I least expected this matter to be raised. And Speaker, you know, we have shown readiness to work. At the conclave, we were there. As soon as the table office gave us heads up that the first deputy was there, I stopped whatever I was doing. Together with my deputy, we were there. We waited for a while for the chief whip to be called. He was nowhere to be found. Then subsequently, the leader came. So also, on Friday, Speaker, you gave prior notice of a sitting time. And the votes and proceedings rightly captured it. Sitting is adjourned to Tuesday, 11 a.m. Prior notification was given. 10 a.m. So the notification was given ahead. So the concerns about the bill, it can be resolved. But today, it cannot be cited as a reason. So, Speaker, humbly, I speak to consolidate and corroborate what my colleague said. Let the process begin. And the majority should mobilize its members. We have come. We have tried. Bring your 137. Your 187. Yes. But don't forget, bring... Leader, we want to plead with you. Try and bring, and I see my colleague walking in elegantly. He should bring his numbers. Because we got one, it was not for nothing that the people of this country gave you 187. 187. And you cannot marshal half of 187. Oh, Abba. Because we are, ordinarily, we would have wanted to withdraw this matter. But since it's a constitutional matter, and Speaker, you are a renowned, a very respected lawyer, I think we should respect the provision of the Constitution. And then they should have a caucus meeting. They should have a caucus meeting. Now you can see what I was going through when we were on the other side. My friend should have a caucus meeting and talk to his people that they have to come and do government business. So, Speaker, we are in your hands. Let the process begin. The absence of the bill cannot be an excuse. So, respected majority leader, we understand, we can see your frustration, but on this occasion, we are unable to yield or accede to your request. The difficulty associated with the bill cannot be cited as an excuse. Speaker, shall we proceed with the process?
Thank you very much, Honourable Majority Leader.
First and foremost, it is not easy to get me frustrated. So I'm not frustrated. I just feel that we should indulge the Speaker's religious ceremony. As we speak, about 110 MPs are sitting. Yeah, about 100. I counted. About 110 MPs are sitting there. And I was hoping that the minority members who are not there would have been here. But it's not as if when our side is not there, your side is there either. But I agree with you that we should all be here. There isn't much government business. I think we are basically looking at taking statements and facilitating the fresh MPs to find their feet, to start making statements and start contributing to debates. If we really had serious government business to conduct, I can assure you that every single member of my side will be sitting right behind me to conduct government business. But as you know, we don't have much government business, or even any today. There's no specific government business today to conduct. So we're just going through the normal business of the routine of statements and then comments on statements. So the impression that the minority chief whip seeks to convey to Ghanaians that we are not serious about government business. There's no government business here. There's no business. There's no bill before us. There's no loan agreement before us. There's no budget before us. There is nothing before us. So there's no government business before us. So don't get the impression that there's government business and the MPs on this side are not available to conduct government business. So let me assure you that when government business comes to this house, you will see that the NDC members are here in their numbers to conduct government business. So let me assure you that they will be coming in their numbers, and you will soon see them here. When they leave the Speaker's breakfast meeting, they will be here in the chamber and will conduct business. But thank you very much for standing down the issue of quorum that you have raised, and we can continue.
Honorable Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I don't know whether it is the case that the majority leader is saying he asks his members not to be in the chamber because they have no business to do. And also, Mr. Speaker, it must not be captured that the person who made the application for quorum had withdrawn it. That's not accurate. He did not. It should not be in our record that he has withdrawn that. Maybe the majority leader and the leader of government business didn't hear him well, but the minority whip didn't raise the quorum issue. And Procedural, if it is the person who has raised that quorum issue is the one who ought to withdraw it, then so must be done. But the majority leader must not create the impression that there is nothing to do. We are telling Ghanaians that we are sitting here wasting their time, that we have nothing to do. Is that the case? Is that what the majority leader and the leader of government business is saying? So, Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians gave them the 183 for a reason. And we are here that you cannot even marshal 91, which is about 1/3 of 275 so far declared. And I don't think it is a good thing to do. So, Majority Leader, Mr. Speaker, so it is not true that the quorum issue under Article 102 of the 1992 Constitution has been withdrawn. This is a constitutional matter. You can't use meetings outside Parliament. You can't use other committee meetings as. We have been able to close down committees meeting to have quorum in the chamber. So if it is the case that you have 110 members somewhere, they are not in the chamber, and we need the numbers in the chamber to commence business. And I invite you, as a lawyer, 22 years and more at the bar, you should respect the Constitution and enforce the Constitution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of correction, I'm now 23 years at the bar. Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thought that the Minority Chief Whip, in the concluding part of his statement, did indicate to you, Mr. Speaker, that you could continue business according to what we have on the order paper. So I assumed that he was speaking on behalf of his backbench, who had raised the issue of quorum, who obviously has stood down the matter. So I am surprised that my friend, who has always pretended to be my friend.
Only outside. When he gets here,
you are my junior brother. It is Wes. He always pretends to be my friend, and yet he's the one causing the trouble. When your chief whip has said that we should continue according to the business of the day, then you get up and say that you don't think that the issue of quorum has been stood down. The issue of quorum has been stood down.
Mr.
Yes,
Speaker,
Honorable
the majority leader is trying to filibuster. I was in the lift with some members of his side, and they were in a hurry that their chief whip was whipping them into the chamber. So for the first time, he's all over the place. He's now seen how hard it is to do government business. So he's delaying to fill for the place and all. Mr. Speaker, he makes a certain point. He says that there is no government business. So there's no need to whip his side. Let me remind us. He said that whenever there is government business, he will see his numbers in the chamber. Let me remind him. When you were doing the first approval, the first nominee, the first batch, you were not up to 100. You needed outside to add to your numbers. The second batch, you were not even up to 91. We counted you. On all 4 occasions, you needed the minority, the mighty minority, Mr. Speaker, point of correction, the mighty minority to make you pass your ministers.
Honorable Minority Leader,
yes,
you are
please.
Introducing an adjective. When they also start, that will be problem.
Mr. Speaker, on this occasion, they can start.
So
they can
it's
start.
minority
Mr. Speaker, they can start.
and majority.
Mr. Speaker,
I am okay with minority and majority.
Mr. Speaker, they can start. They can call themselves super minority, super majority. Mr. Speaker, so if you look at all these empty seats, all these empty seats in this chamber now, Mr. Speaker, the so-called super majority is not even up to 50. They are not even up to 50. Mr. Speaker, rule on the application now. This House must stand adjourned. Rule upon this application. The application has not been withdrawn. Rule on it. Rule on it so that next time they will know how to whip their members in.
Honourable members.
Yes.
Honourable Majority Leader.
He's using that. That is a tactic. Oh, so now you can also filibuster. Oh, I see.
Honourable Minority Leader, I don't know
Mr.
whether
Speaker,
this is filibustering.
Mr. Speaker, you have to rule on this matter.
Yes.
Rule on it now.
Yes.
This House must stand adjourned. Mr.
Yes.
Speaker, you can't do anything about it.
But
don't encourage him.
When the leader is on his feet, I cannot ignore him.
Mr. Speaker, not against
just like
the
I cannot ignore you as a minority leader.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, you'll be quoted for what you have just said. Very profound.
Well. Yes.
When the leaders are on their feet, you can't ignore them.
Yes, yes.
Very well. We've heard you.
Yes. Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it is factually inaccurate for the minority leader to say that during the consideration and approval of the ministerial nominees, this House did not have a quorum, but for the participation of members of the minority. Mr. Speaker, is he saying that members of the minority are not part of this House, or that they have no obligation to constitute the quorum of this House? So on what basis do they take monthly salaries, Mr. Speaker? On what basis? What were they elected to do? To come and sit outside the chamber of this House. You were elected to equally sit in this chamber the same way the people on this side are supposed to sit in the chamber. So when you sit in the chamber, you perform your public duties. Mr. Speaker, if I start citing members of the minority for not being in the chamber, we will know, and look at them at all times. They don't even have 1/4 of their number in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, is it a deliberate ploy? But Mr. Speaker, that is not the issue. As we speak, they are not even up to 18. Ghanaians gave them 88. Ghanaians gave them 88. And they are using only 18. Next election will reduce it further. 88, and you are using 18. It means that you need only 18 in the chamber. So we will let the electorate know that even the 18, you are not using them efficiently. So perhaps they should reduce the number further and make it 18. Mr. Speaker, I am not against Order 64 applying. But as you can see, we have the numbers. We have the numbers. We have the numbers. And Mr. Speaker, if you read, you are the one insisting on quorum and you want to make statements.
Honourable members, fortified by Order 64, marginal note, quorum in Parliament, Article 102 of the Constitution. I stand on 64(4) to direct the yes, to ring the bell. All right, members, let's proceed to look at the vote and proceedings. Vote and proceedings, 7 February 2025. Page 1. Check the console. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Yes, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of cooperation and the national interest, in our quest to assist the majority to do government business, I wish to withdraw my application on quorum.
Page 8. Yes, honorable minority whip.
Speaker, I thought my colleague, the Honorable Ewua, who had raised or come under Article 102 and Order 64, raising quorum consent, has withdrawn that. And Speaker, just to bring it to your notice so that you acknowledge that on this day, the minority decided to have mercy on the majority. We decided to have mercy on them. And accordingly, the quorum, under the Constitution, Speaker, we have decided to withdraw the quorum consent that was raised a while ago. And this is being done in the spirit of cooperation. Mr. Speaker, I see my respected leader, and not to put the whip under undue pressure. I see him running around making calls. We want to have mercy on you, and also to display that indeed, it is out of patriotism, the love for our country. That is why we are withdrawing this. And it cannot be the case, because that the majority leader will say that we have no government business. That is untenable.
Honorable
Go
Chief
and find government business and bring it to this house for it to be prosecuted.
Honorable Chief Whip.
That is an important point.
Honorable minority Chief Whip. I am reliably informed that the number at the chamber now is 97.
Speaker, let the record reflect that indeed we withdrew the quorum matter before the number, they got the number. The record should reflect same. Yes, we did.
May the record reflect that
Speaker,
at the time that the issue relating to quorum is being withdrawn, the number at the chamber is 97.
Speaker, with the greatest respect to you, would you be kind enough to furnish us the time we got this number? Because about 5 minutes ago, we reviewed our call on quorum. So we had withdrawn that. We had withdrawn the call on quorum before they got the number. That is a fact. It's a fact. It's a fact. We have shown cooperation. We are helping you to do government business. And yet you don't have government business.
I recognize Honorable Soini.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the indication that at the time that the application was made to withdraw the earlier call, the number in the chamber was over 90. But Mr. Speaker, I just want to use this opportunity to caution ourselves as we employ these tools that are allowed within our operations as members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, this caution has become important because it does not only interrupt the work in the chamber, but it also interrupts committee work. Mr. Speaker, myself and colleagues have just been called out of committee meetings to come to the chamber to be counted. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, we have guests from state institutions who are waiting for us. What we were doing there, Mr. Speaker, is part of parliament business. And it is unfortunate that we have had to make these guests wait for us so that we can just come here to show our face. That also interrupts parliament business in some way. Mr. Speaker,
I do not begrudge the minority for imitating, in some cases, what may have happened to them when they were in government. But they should do so responsibly, like the minority at the time did, without unnecessarily, embarrassing all of us. Because as we speak, those leaders of those state agencies will think that Parliament is not a serious place. They have had to wait all morning just so that members can come, into the chamber to be counted for business to be conducted. So, Mr. Speaker, my caution is that we should employ these, tools very, very judiciously.
Are you on a point of order?
So, Mr. Speaker, my caution is that we should employ these tools. We should employ these tools judiciously and use them in a way that we will not be ridiculing ourselves and also, by extension, be ridiculed by the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very surprised the angle at which the Member of Parliament for Tamale North is going. Mr. Speaker, he has used some words in this regard that is unparliamentary. When you say unnecessarily, when constitutional matters are raised, at the time the quorum was, you have been invited to look at the quorum of the chamber. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware that we did not satisfy under Article 102 of the Constitution. So is it the case that you are saying that by averting our mind to Article 102 of the 1992 Constitution, that we don't have 91 or more to commence government business was unnecessary? And even if you are at committee meeting, you are not the only member of the committee. The minority whip is also a member of the committee that you are talking about. So even if there is a committee meeting, it should be suspended. If we need numbers in the chamber, every committee meeting, if you have to suspend them to come in here to get the quorum to commence business. But it should never be the case, and it must not be on our record that the way you think that you are engaged somewhere is more important than what we do in the chamber. Then what would be the essence of us being in the chamber? So I think that my nephew is completely out of order. He's warming up to be a deputy minister for Deputy Minister for Rules, and he has to be guided, and he's senior here, so he should not mislead us into believing that if you are at a committee meeting, you are not needed in there. This is a constitutional matter, and if the Constitution is triggered in anywhere that you are, you have to respect and obey by what the Constitution says. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there's a point that needs to be made, and I think that the Honorable for Tamale North and what he has said about how we use the question of quorum is very, very important. Leadership is aware that in this House, when we first come in and we are at the point where we are saying our prayers, we are looking at votes and proceedings, we hardly ever raise the question of quorum at that stage. The business of the day has not yet even started. And that is when you come to the point where it says, at the commencement of public business. At the commencement of public business. We haven't even commenced public business. We are just at the point of saying prayers, correcting our votes and proceedings. Then consistently you raise quorum. Mr. Speaker, you were given orientation. Take your orientation seriously. Take your orientation seriously. When we get to public business, then you see that there is no quorum. Then you raise the question of quorum. If we are going to raise quorum when we are about to pray, if we are going to raise quorum when we are about to correct our votes and proceedings. Mr. Speaker, I have heard the Deputy Whip saying that we need quorum to pray. How can we need quorum to pray? How can we need quorum to correct our votes and proceedings? We need quorum at the commencement of public business. That has been the practice in this House. That has been the practice in this House. Mr. Speaker, let me add that let's not turn this whole idea of quorum as a political weapon. Mr. Speaker, consistently this side of the House, you've never been up to 1/3 of your number since we started proceedings. You've never been up to 1/3 of your number. As we speak, you are just 21. And like I said earlier, Ghanaians gave you 88 seats. And consistently, you have utilized just about 21. Next election, we'll give you only 21. Because you have demonstrated that is why you need to do business in this House. But I think that we have a quorum to do business. And even though we haven't reached public business, you withdrew your issue of quorum earlier. So what are you going to litigate?
Honourable members, let's look at Article 102. Article 102 of the 1992 Constitution states, and I quote, "A quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of all members of Parliament." Honourable members, let me also take you to look at Order 64.3. A member may draw the attention of the person presiding at any time during a sitting that members present in the House constitute less than 1/3 of the number of all members of Parliament. Honourable members, these are the relevant constitutional provision as well as our own standing orders. Honourable members, I ask that the bell be rung for 10 minutes, and within the 10 minutes, I was informed that we have 97, and consequently, the quorum was withdrawn. Can we make progress? Page 8. Page 8 of the vote and proceedings. Honourable members, let's have the vote and proceedings adopted, and then we can make progress. Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on page 7. Mr. Speaker, after the presentation of business statement, the issue of the previous day's vote was corrected, that the decision was a rescission. Mr. Speaker, that must reflect in the vote, but they skipped that to page 8, where there is point 6, recognition of a school. So, Mr. Speaker, I want that to reflect. In respect of our 4 colleagues, there was a rescission. That correction was done. Mr. Speaker, having done that, Mr. Speaker, I want to claim the attention of colleagues on this important matter. Mr. Speaker, our colleague Al-Hassan Suhini, in his submission earlier, had used 2 phrases that the minority must not be seen to be. Mr. Speaker, just call the records now. Let them check it and let's check it. I won't lie. Sometimes when we raise the issue as if we are saying things from our own head. He used those 2 phrases. Check it now, Mr. Speaker. I wrote it down. But I'm saying that we absorb some of these jokes. We, our side, we absorb some of these strong words. But if it were to come from this side to the other side, you would have heard, hey, why are you calling irresponsible? They should be responsible. You can check it. So I am reminding him.
Let me find out from Honorable Soyini.
If he says he didn't use it, let's call for the record.
Did you use the word irresponsible? Minority.
Mr. Speaker, I remember using 3 words. I described the use as unnecessary. I encouraged that it should be used responsibly. And I also said it should be used judiciously. I said it should be used responsibly and it should be used judiciously. Mr. Speaker, if the minority leader decides to look at the opposite of responsible, that is not my choice. That is his interpretation. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, in the unlikely event, far-flung event that the word...
Mr. Speaker, just for your guide. Now, we were all over the news over the weekend that Friday's adjournment was as a result of the fact that we didn't have quorum to transact business. But Mr. Speaker, if you compare that information plus the record of the votes and proceedings that we are correcting now, we had as many as 192 members of parliament present on Friday. Speaker, if you recall, I made the point in the course of the submissions that even the ad hoc committee was sitting and that other members too were at committee meetings. So if we could be given the opportunity to get members to attend to business on the floor. But that didn't happen. So being a house of record, tomorrow the record for Friday will show that instead of the news out there that we adjourned because we didn't have the numbers, we actually had 192 members present. Just for your guide, for you to guide the House. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Table of it, take note. Honorable Deputy Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to assist my colleague, the Majority Whip, that he cannot assume that we have about 192 present on the vote and proceedings and assume that that was the number present. You cited Order 64.3, and Order 64.3 is clear that quorum can be raised at any time. And Mr. Speaker, for Hansard, when you were adjourning, you said the table of it had counted, and we were 71. You made that announcement, and for that matter, you are adjourning the House. So it must not be in our record because of his assumption that we had 92 people marked present when you had directed clerk to count, and we were 71 at the time that we were adjourning. So we adjourned because we did not have the numbers. We adjourned because your super 193 vanished, and you were just about 1830. So that is what is on our record, and that was your direction, and that was exactly what you said, Mr. Speaker. So he needs to be guided. Mr. Speaker, also to advise him that you've just been a majority whip about 3 weeks now. So when I'm talking, I'm your senior in leadership. Sit down, let me finish. I've been here over 4 years, so you sit down on the front bench. He should sit down. I've been your leader over 4 years now. You've just been 3 weeks. So you should be able to learn and be guided on the procedure we use. But you cannot assume that, even Mr. Speaker, we have not even approved this. We have not approved this. And for that matter, he cannot even refer to it because it has not been adopted. The vote and proceedings on Friday has not even been adopted. He said,
Honorable Deputy,
it has not been adopted. So for
are you on point of order? Please.
Speaker, first of all,
Honorable Deputy Whip, you are on your feet.
Speaker, first of all, my brother Habib failed to listen to me carefully. My prayer to you was to seek your guidance in respect of the 2 records, because this is also a matter for the record of the House. That on Friday, 192 members of parliament attended upon the House. That is the record. Now he makes the point that at the time he raised the issue of quorum, Yes, but my prayer at the time was that because 2 committees were sitting, members were attending upon those committees. So we're praying for those members to be permitted to attend. Listen to me praying you that we needed a guide on this matter. Then number 2, I am senior to you in this house. So with all due respect,
If you permit me, I read that portion. When I had the privilege of being the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, this is a minor correction. There should be S after risk. Then my last observation is on column 82, and Reverend John Tim Withdrawal. The first paragraph, the last word, should be for and not for, because it reads, Mr. Francis Asensobuache and Mr. Anthony Mia respect for bringing this matter to the fore and not to the fall.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ntim Fojo.
Mr. Speaker, currently, according to the Municipal Health Director, they need operational expenses including funds for fuel, sanitation efforts, procurement of urgent supplies, essential medical supplies and treatment kits, as well as other logistical support for education and public awareness. The Municipal Assembly has no funds to support their program to help educate and to help our people who are suffering in various health facilities. Mr. Speaker, on my part, as a Member of Parliament, I've made available a pickup to enable the Health Directorate continue with its education and supported them with some funds for their activities. Mr. Speaker, this is not enough. The central government must immediately intervene to save lives. The people are suffering. We also need additional supporting staff to be deployed to Winneba. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health must direct other health professionals to support the directorate to enable them contain this unfortunate outbreak. Mr. Speaker, without more, I would want to rest my case and call on the Minister of Health that within a week he should come to this House to brief this House on effort made thus far. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I proceed to take contributions from honorable members. Honorable Kweku Riget Hagan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for the Honourable Minority Leader for making this very important statement, which is not only affecting the Futu, but actually the whole of Central Region at the moment. And I know that a lot of effort is being made. It is Cholera we are talking about. Which is obviously affecting the people of Central Region. Mr. Speaker, some of the issues are actually to do with sanitation, which not only the health minister, but I expect that the minister who is responsible for sanitation now will also move in there and find out exactly what is going on. I know the doctors are working around the clock, but as Cholera is, it's usually ahead of the attempt to try and curb it. And I'm very happy that my honorable brother has made this statement, which is seriously affecting the Central Region. I think last week we were talking about meningitis here, and I know a lot has been done about that. But now the Central Region is actually suffering from this cholera outbreak. And I hope that all the institutions, the health, move down there to make sure that the issue is actually brought under control. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable Patrick Yaobwama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make these brief comments on the statement ably made by the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious public health issue, a very serious one as such. And in 2014, cholera took the lives of more than 200 of our citizens, Mr. Speaker. So if this issue is cropping up again, then we require of the Minister of Health to appear before the House to brief the good people of this country on the steps that he's taking to curb the rise of this issue. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, CSM is also on the increase, and it's taking some lives. And I believe that it is very, very important for the Health Minister to appear before the House before the end of this week to brief and update Ghanaians on the steps being taken by government on this very important matter. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dr. Sandari.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement on cholera outbreak ably made by the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely unacceptable for any district, any community, in fact, for any country to record a case of cholera. And that's why even one case of cholera is considered an epidemic because of the importance and the severity of it. If we recall, this cholera outbreak started somewhere in October 2024, around Adan. And the inability of us as a country, our health system, to contain one case can lead to the spread of that one case to other parts of the country. And that is why today, the outbreak is serious in Ifutu. Not just that place. Records show that about more than half of the districts in Central Region have been, recording cholera cases. Mr. Speaker, we have to do something. Our health system must be able to respond to this outbreak and contain the disease. It has the potential to spread to all the regions in this country. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the professor, I and my colleagues, microbiologists, said, a case of cholera simply means that you have eaten somebody's feces. Simple. That is a summary of it. You have eaten somebody's fecal matter, either through the water that you drink, through the food that you eat. You have just eaten somebody's fecal matter. And that's why I started by saying it is unacceptable, because you don't only measure the economic status or how developed a country is by economic indicators. These epidemic outbreaks, cholera, typhoid, all go to measure whether indeed we're a developed country or we are beginning to develop. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I support the maker of the statement that the Ministry of Health must come, to educate us or to show how well they are fighting this outbreak of cholera and other epidemic conditions. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I call on Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, just to commend my leader for show of leadership to the people of the Futu, the prompt response. However, just a few observations. First of all, if we recall, last week, the Honorable Dr. Sandari had raised a matter on meningitis. And I also recollect when the Chief Whip presented the business statement, I nudged him that the outbreak of unverified report had it that it's spreading within about 5 regions. So I drew his attention. Earlier on, Speaker, per your wisdom, you had given some consequential directives that the Ghana Health Service should attend upon the House. And I'm told that they were billed to appear tomorrow. So may I humbly suggest or request of you, if you may, vary your earlier orders, that instead of the Ghana Health Service appearing, because as at that time, we had to fall on the Ghana Health Service because the minister had not been sworn in. Now the minister has been sworn in. Yeah, so the minister has been sworn in. The proper thing to do is that we should get the sector minister to come here. It has to be ASAP. Tomorrow will not be out of place. And then I'm also hearing that the Minister for Local Government could also be added, since the index of sanitation concerns are also in there, which cannot be glossed over. So it has to be as soon as possible. And Doc, I couldn't have agreed more with you when you said that it is totally unacceptable in this time and age. Some time back, the concern has been availability of vaccines. I think now it's not the case. It's not the case. But if it is, we need to hear from the sector minister, and then we can position ourselves. This House can position itself in terms of action lines going forward. But it's a sad story. It's a sad story in this time and age. This thing shouldn't be happening to our country. And I hope, Speaker, you accede to my call that the number account will be programmed tomorrow, or we can notify him today, and then the next day he can appear duly to speak to this. It's sad. At this time and age, cholera is killing lives, and CSM has already killed 14 lives, as I'm told, as of last week. But let me commend the Ghana Health Service, though. We are told there is distribution of free vaccines and vaccination, and the people there, as we do know, poverty levels are quite grinding over there. People are not made to pay for the vaccine, which I think is good. If it could be sustained, it will go a long way to curb the menace. Speaker, thank you, and I commend our leader for the show of leadership, but particularly we need the minister on this matter. I thank you.
Honorable Gisela Tete.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also commend the maker of the brief statement, Honorable Afenyo-Makin, for this. Mr. Speaker, somewhere last year in November 2024, my constituency, Awutu-Senya West, also had a cholera outbreak. Now, one thing I observed was the rapid response of the district health system. They quickly formed a platform called Cholera Rapid Response Team and put me on it as well. Parliament. I was watching every day. They were having Zoom meetings, the PowerPoint presentations to see the traceability and all. I also was privy to that, and it kept me informed. So I also likewise told my communicators that when you go onto the community radio or information centers, tell people that there's cholera around. And when I was doing the campaign too, by the time I'm done talking to, I also tell them the same thing. Because sometimes people have to be reminded, and maybe they may not take it that serious. I said, please just try and eat hot food. That's the simplest solution to this. I have somebody in Winneba now, a friend, who called me and said, Madam, I'm in hospital. What is it? Because sometimes we refer cases from Awutu-Senya West to Winneba. I had cholera. I said, oh, how come? What did you eat? That was the first question I asked him. He said, I had a millet drink. That brought to mind the issue of food safety. So much as I support what Dr. Sandari said, there are a lot of food vendors. We all have them. I'd plead with my colleagues that let us be proactive also, and let's do some education on the food vendors. It could be the water they are using to make their food. It could be the environment. It could be just something small that they have been doing as a routine, but this time it got caught. So my plea is that as colleagues over here, use your community radio, use the information centers. We lost 3 people, 3 of my citizens in the constituency, a child and 2 adults, which was very unfortunate. But at least I will commend the district health team and the district health director that they took some steps and they kept me involved and informed. So I also added my weight to it. I had to give them fuel and a few other things that they needed. So I would plead with anybody here, those of us from the central region, where this cholera epidemic is happening. It can actually be anywhere at all because of the mode of transmission. So my plea is, please get onto community radio and information centers and tell our citizens that this is what is happening. Even if the minister comes here to come and give a rundown or edition of what exactly they are doing, we also have to see in our own backyards and help our district health directorates to get certain things sorted. It may be some logistics which we can help with or otherwise. Please, time is of essence because people's lives are at stake here. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I proceed to give the floor to Haji Aladi Ayamba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Don't worry, it will come there. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the statement ably made by the leader on the other side. Mr. Speaker, I think the issue of cholera has always come to our attention. But there are so many questions and so many activities that need to be undertaken. There is the need for education, especially in the various communities. And those who would have to undertake this education are the health personalities or persons. How will they get there? They need a lot of support. And just as my colleague, Honorable Gisela, has just mentioned, sometimes it's not their fault that they don't go to the communities. Means of transport is number one. Sometimes, and when there is means of transport, lack of fuel. We need to give them that support. We need to also look at the budget of the Ministry of Health so that at least the contingency should be in such a way that they will be able to come out and support the health sector to handle issues that come up without any questioning. In the villages, someone will say, you say it's a matter of maybe someone who would have eaten fecal matter. How? How come it that am I a fool? No. There are so many things that lead to it. Insects, flies. Many people even do not think of washing their hands properly before they go and touch food. I was so sad somewhere last week when I heard a woman was being interviewed in the Upper West. She had lost 2 of her children just in a matter of some 2-3 hours. And the other one was lying there, and you could see that it's a very young woman. Meanwhile, she had no way of even going to the hospital. She's, according to her, when she was narrating, to even get money to go to the hospital was a problem. And I think that the intervention of the health directors who quickly went to her aid and even went to the hospital there was very, very helpful. But then, we as a nation, we need to continue to give education on the issue of even water that is being used for the planting of vegetables, lettuce and other things. I watched another documentary where fecal water, water that chemical, all other things, and they were using it to water plants. Now, most of these, especially the lettuce, we go in, we say, oh, I want salad. I want salad. And the thing is not treated. The salad is not treated, it's not properly washed. The vegetable, it has already, I mean, you don't just see that there is a problem because you think that you are eating the right and you need vegetables. But what it would have come out with to come to that very restaurant and to your table is what you do not know. We need to give that education to our people. And I will also plead with us all that we shouldn't look at it that once it's in the central region, it cannot get to the upper east. Our surroundings, the cleaning of our environment, when we use the washrooms, and for that matter, let me just say the toilets, and then we get back, the children themselves, teach them how to wash their hands. Because for them, when they even go to toilet and there's nobody around, Mr. Speaker, let me make this point clear, they may even go and take food and begin eating without washing their hands. And it leads to a lot. So, Mr. Speaker, I really appreciate the maker of the statement, and I hope that we are able to curtail this menace that has come, and that it shouldn't escalate to other communities or other regions. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Honourable members, in view of the fact that we have 4 other statements, can we bring contribution to this particular statement to an end? Leadership.
Speaker, I agree with you. Speaker, let me wind up on this one by saying that indeed, last year, the cholera outbreak began last year. In October, 5 regions were announced to have suffered this: Western, Central, Greater Accra, and the rest. And between December 9th and 29th, over 35 persons had died, and over 4,800 cases had been reported. So it's very important that I join my minority whip in saying that in getting the Minister for Health to come address the House on meningitis and the other matters, he should also prepare and address the House on the cholera outbreak and the steps the ministry has been taking since last year to deal with the matter, so that the outbreaks which has entered this year can be curtailed. Speaker, with these words, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, honourable members. I direct the minister responsible for health to appear before the House within 1 week to brief the House on all the health issues on the floor.
Speaker,
I so direct.
I just contacted the minister. He's on the field in monitoring the situation, so he'll be here on the 18th if the House would.
I have taken all those things into consideration in asking that he should appear before us within 1 week.
1 week, very well. Yes. We are guided.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable members, we have students from some educational institutions visiting the House. They are from the following schools: All Nations University, led by Dr. Priscilla Bempa, a lecturer. They are from New Joburg South. They are 48 in numbers. We also have students from Kwame Danso Senior High School, led by Owusu Dankwa Achiampong, a teacher, and they are from Sene West, 75 in number. Honourable members, on behalf of the House and on my own behalf, I wish our dear students a fruitful visit to the House. Honourable members, we have admitted a statement in the name of Honourable Rita Na Odole Soa, MP for Dade-Kotopong constituency, on the International Day of Women and Girls. Honourable Rita Na Odole, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the International Day of Women and Girls in Science, a day that highlights the need for gender equality in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM. Last year, in this August House, I highlighted the critical role of women in STEM and the persistent barriers hindering their full participation. Today, I reaffirm our commitment to breaking these barriers and empower women and girls in science. Ghana has made notable strides in promoting gender inclusivity in science. We celebrate outstanding women such as our very own Dr. Grace Ayensu Dankwa, MP for Esikado Ketan, who has made remarkable contributions to medicine and public health. As a double board certified surgeon with expertise in trauma and reconstructive surgery, she has dedicated her career to saving lives both in Ghana and abroad. She is the founder of Healing Hands organization, which provides free medical care to underserved communities. Additionally, she has made history as a parliamentarian and continues to advocate for improved health care policies. Mr. Speaker, we also recognize Dr. Ama Sewa Nekwe Tete, an educationist and policy leader whose advocacy has strengthened STEM education policies in Ghana. As a Deputy Director General at the Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, she has influenced national education reforms and promoted STEM opportunities for young girls. Her work with UNESCO and various educational institutions has been vital in ensuring gender inclusivity in science and technology. Additionally, we celebrate our popular maths and science quiz mistress, Professor Elsie Efa Hoffman, a leader in engineering education at the University of Ghana, and many other distinguished female scientists who continue to inspire future generations. However, Mr. Speaker, despite these remarkable achievements, women remain significantly underrepresented in STEM. According to the 2024 Ghana Statistical Service report, women constitute only 24% of professionals in STEM-related fields, with even lower participation in engineering and computer sciences. The gap is wider in rural areas, where cultural and financial barriers prevent young girls from accessing quality science education. Mr. Speaker, we cannot afford to leave half of our population behind in this rapidly advancing technological era. I therefore call on the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology and Innovation to enhance policies that support STEM education for girls. The government Science, Technology, Engineering and Mathematics, that's STEM, schools initiative is a commendable step, but we must ensure these efforts reach underserved communities. Mr. Speaker, fostering an interest in science begins at an early age. Research shows that girls are just as capable as boys in mathematics and science. Yet societal stereotypes and a lack of female role models discourage them from pursuing careers in these fields. I urge the Ghana Education Service to integrate mentorship programs into the curriculum, connecting young girls with accomplished women scientists who can inspire and guide them. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the private sector and academic institutions must actively support women-led research and innovation. Science and technology drive economic growth, and Ghana cannot reach its full potential if we continue to sideline the talents of half of our population. I encourage the establishment of more effective research grants and incubator programs, specifically for female scientists and entrepreneurs. Mr. Speaker, let us reaffirm our collective commitment to empower women and girls in science, ensuring that they are not just participants, but leaders in shaping Ghana's scientific and technological future. A nation that invests in its women invests in progress, and Ghana must lead by example. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I take contribution from the Deputy Minority Whip.
Right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is the International Women's Day for Science, and I'd like to wish each and everyone in the science faculty, I want to wish them happy anniversary. It's the 10th anniversary for the celebration of girls and women in science. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has made notable strides in science, and I'd like to commend the maker of this statement for taking notice of such commendable actions that have been made by a number of our women who are already in science. And I must say that in Ghana, inclusion of girls and women in science education remains significantly very low. But it is important that we make certain efforts and take certain strides to ensure that the challenges that ranges from gender stereotyping, lack of role models, cultural perceptions, financial constraints, and limited mentorship opportunities are made away with. Many young girls, particularly in the rural areas, still face systematic barriers in preventing them from pursuing STEM education. Mr. Speaker, the underrepresentation is a critical challenge that must be addressed. If we are to this year's theme, it's a call to action, a commitment to do something on skating, unearthing the potential of every girl and woman who inspires to contribute towards the world of science. Mr. Speaker, you agree with me that when we speak about science, it's a way of living, and it is important to break down the barriers of cultural stereotypes, economic constraints, and systemic biases that limit female participation in STEM fields. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education, in collaboration with the Ghana Education Service, must introduce and implement STEM-friendly curriculum at the primary and secondary level. According to the Ghana Education Service, early exposure is critical in sparking interest, and then building competencies in these science among girls and women in our country. Mr. Speaker, the government must expand scholarships opportunities specifically for girls pursuing STEM-related courses at both secondary and tertiary levels. A dedicated STEM scholarship can help alleviate the financial barriers that many young women face. Also, in collaboration with the private industries, we encourage to show interest in mentorship programs, internships, and research gains that support the generation of female scientists. We need to collaborate and promote the achievement of Ghanaian women in science initiative. The highlights role models can inspire and provide tangible proof that success in STEM will be achievable. Mr. Speaker, there is something that we also need. Those people, whether they are able to their education, he makes sure he takes them in and ensure computers, and also pay for give them some level of scholarships to ensure that they will be able to pursue the science courses very well. I also want to make mention of one Professor Ibok Odro. He is one of the people who have shown, he has been the first dean of the sciences department, the general science department, and he has shown interest by instituting a program which is Total Technology for Girls Initiative, equipping young women with essential skills and then and showing robotics and digital literacy. These are the women that we need within our society to ensure that they can adequately promote the needs of children. I can also name one Dr. Peggy Otibuati, who is the Director of Science in Africa for the UNESCO and current Director of African Academy of Sciences, who has been instrumental to narrowing the gender gap in STEM through initiatives like Girls in Science Empowerment Initiative. These are the people that we need to celebrate, and we also need more role models to take up, because if we don't identify these role models and showcase them appropriately, interest developed by our young girls and our women to ensure that we incorporate science into our way of living, into whatever we do. And I believe that if we are able to do it this year, as we celebrate the 10th anniversary, each and every one over here should sit down and imagine a world where we have scientists in every aspect of our economy, and how these science situates in our way of doing things. I'd like to commend the maker of the statement and add my voice that we should all imagine if we have women in all aspects of our discipline and backing on the approach of adopting science in whatever we do, we will be able to make a good stride in our economic development. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Chumesi, Honorable Chumesi Ampofo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And I also commend the maker of the statement. Mr. Speaker, science and technology is something that is driven the world. Therefore, it's important for us to appreciate and support our lecturers, or those are in science. And science and technology is practical. Therefore, our women or ladies need to be encouraged. Mr. Speaker, if you're able to encourage them and they're able to do more, when they finish school, they don't struggle to get jobs. Because nowadays, the world is all about science and technology. Mr. Speaker, we know about science and tech. We can't do away with it. These days, everything is moving with technology. Therefore, we are encouraging our women or ladies to be involved. We need to sponsor them. We need to advise them, give them the hope so that they can be in there. A lot of ladies are afraid of science. But these days, science is moving the world. We should also help our lecturers or lecturers. We should give them the necessary support. We should equip them. We should give them whatever it takes so that they can do more research. Give them money for research, for them to also compete with the world so that they can do more in science and technology to help our ladies. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go to Care University, whereby they do more science. You could see that most of them, or if you go there, there are a lot of programs. Even now, we have a lot of polytechnics or technical universities, also in science. Most of them comes out without struggling for jobs. Therefore, I think it's important for us to support this science and technology matter. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, thank you very much for the support. And I welcome my students from Kwame Danso. Mr. Speaker, I've learned that 2 of them are sick in the clinic there, so I'm going to take care of them. Thank you very much.
I wish them speedy recovery. Honorable Dr. Samuel.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. And let me commend the maker of the statement regarding the International Day for Women and Girls in Science. The theme, as was stated, unpacking STEM careers, her voice in science. Mr. Speaker, in this country, it looks like we have more women than men. But many a times, we tend to have more men in jobs than women after adolescent age. STEM, Mr. Speaker, is like a product that you are selling. How you package it and how you sell it is how it can be bought. And I believe that many a times, when we leave primary education, our women tend to be looking at more female-dominated careers. As such, it informs the kind of program they tend to offer. Mr. Speaker, I think there has to be some consequential measures that we as a country will take. Other than that, it will remain an annual event and we'll make statements and we'll come back 10 years again to the same story. We as a country, Mr. Speaker, I believe we have a STEM policy. How can we make this policy more biased so the parity that we've been able to achieve in our second cycle education, we can achieve same in the STEM careers? Because, Mr. Speaker, every nation is going to do well and be very competitive depending on the number of people they have in STEM education, especially at the tertiary level. And Mr. Speaker, if you also want to talk about good TVET education, that means we need a very grounded system in our STEM education, because a good STEM person can do a good TVET person. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we shouldn't just make this statement, but we should require the Ministry of Education to give us some measures, some strategic direction that can help us to look at some numbers, some objectives. So in 10 years from now, when we are sitting in this chamber, we can review and go back to see how much we've been able to improve on our STEM education as far as females or women and girls are concerned. How attractive are we making STEM education to our girls while they are young? And how are we making them attractive to them while they are in second cycle education? Many a times, we tend to have more girls in arts, bias, non-science program. What is informing it? It's because that the basics is not grounded enough. Because they say they are not attracted to mathematics and maybe the language. Mr. Speaker, if we can make it attractive and can make sure that they are all doing well at the primary level, when they get to the second cycle, their willingness to opt for STEM education will be something that will be easy on to do. So, Mr. Speaker, don't let us just make these statements as we commend the maker of the statement, but we need to have some direction as a country and where do we want to get to, or what kind of level do we want to achieve as a nation as far as parity is concerned when it comes to STEM education. In fact, when a woman is in STEM education, their perfection is such that it cannot be matched by most men. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a very critical thing that we have to take note of. And many a times, those within the small towns, we call them the villages, we don't pay attention to them. And that's where a lot of girls also come from. So they don't get the foundation. So it becomes very difficult for them to compete when they get to the second cycle level. So please, let's relook and pay some more attention to those in the small towns so that we can prepare them to be very competitive at the second cycle level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Nawani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. The International Day of Women in Science is set aside to encourage more girls and women to study science and take up jobs in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And the gender equality that we are talking about is not only limited, it is also taken in the area of science. Mr. Speaker, the theme for this particular year is accelerate action. In other words, we have found out that the women have been left behind. If you take developed countries, like where I studied in Russia, when it comes to medicine, medicine is a course for women. If you are in a class of 10 students, you have about 7 or 8 of them being women and only 2 males. In Ghana, I believe the system is also approaching like that, where there are a lot of girls now being admitted for the medical course. As I speak, my own 2 daughters are studying medicine in Kolebu and then Konfanoche. But when it comes to the engineering, in Ghana, that is where the problem still is. Where most women do not pick up the engineering courses. And so we should take steps to ensure that as parents, we encourage our women to pick up those courses. And when even they finish and they are employed, I understand that there's some form of discrimination as they progress up the ladder. Either the pay is not equal, or when it comes to appointing something like in mining, for example, when they have to appoint an underground manager, there are women who are mine captain probably or shift boss, but when it comes to appointing them as underground manager, they don't appoint them. And this is where we should be, as a nation. We should try and correct it. In Ghana, the contribution of women in science, like other speakers have already mentioned, is not small. When I was doing my house job, we had one professor, Efwa Hesse, a pediatric surgeon, that was doing marvelous well. That was, I'm speaking about 30 years ago. And she was already a professor, pediatric surgeon, and she was doing marvelously very well. What men can do, probably women can do it better. If you take going to space, Valentina Russia is also a cosmonaut, somebody who has joined the men to also be able to go to space. And she studied mathematics, physics, etc., like the men, to qualify to go to space, like any other person. So we need to encourage our women. We need to encourage the women because they form about 51% of the population. Unless we pull them along, unless we carry them along, we will only up in less than half or less than 50% of our workforce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize Honorable Professor Grace Ayensu Dankwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my sister, Honorable from Ladade Kotopo, for the commendation. And thank you for the rest of the speakers. I tend to agree with most of the statements that have been made. Mr. Speaker, for those of us who are women in science and technology, it is a very, very difficult, arduous, tedious, and very long journey that we have to go through. As a surgeon specialist, I have gone through maybe 17 years of postgraduate education just to be a surgeon specialist. And it is very difficult for girls, especially when it comes to cultural norms and the things that girls are expected to do. It makes science very difficult for us. And so I will go on a different angle and talk about mentorship. I think that on a personal note, all the women in this room must take exceptional interest in young girls who want to go into science. Oftentimes, women, we don't see other women as mentors. And so we should really, really make an effort to do that. For me, in my constituency, because I find myself as maybe one of the few women in my field, I try to even go down and teach in the schools. I go to primary schools and I teach science. Maybe it's just basic biology. Sometimes I go to the secondary schools and I give speeches. Sometimes it just depends. I have a girl group and I have maybe monthly meetings with them just to encourage them to stay in science. Because of our cultural norms, it gets very difficult, and oftentimes girls need other girls to support girls. So we also need men who might call he for she's, who would support the women and encourage our young girls to get into science. It is a difficult field, it is not easy, and oftentimes when you look at the traditional ways that girls are expected to live, it makes it very difficult. So I commend again the maker of the statement, or the originator of the statement, and I'm also humbled and appreciative that she brought my name up as one of the women in science. And I also want to reassure the House and my constituent that I will continue to be an example for women, and not just for women in science, but basically women in education, and I'll continue to champion that cause within the constituency. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Haji Aladi Ayamba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by my colleague, Honorable Rita. Mr. Speaker, the issue of science, technology, and mathematics is something that has been long overdue. We've been discussing this issue day in, day out for long years. It's quite difficult. Many a times when you go back to the schools, you realize that stereotyping is one of the measures or issues that discourage the girl child. And on this, I will say we need to involve the teachers as much as we can, the science teachers. Just as my colleague, Prof. has just stated, we need to involve them and also support them so that they would bring along or pull along the girl child. It's good that we catch them young. Mr. Speaker, in the good old days when I was in the classroom, we had something like science corners. In the classroom, a corner is created with so many items there, simply to teach simple things that are needed in that particular level by the teacher. And children take interest. When you catch them young, they definitely will go along with you. But also, Mr. Speaker, there is one issue that we shouldn't forget. Sometimes it is the funding, because some items are bought, and if the schools do not have them, the little they have, when it's done with, they are unable to do the practicals that much. So we need to support the schools so that they will get the items or materials that are needed. The girl child is always ready to learn, especially when the encouragement is there. And when I talk of encouragement, I'm talking of support. And also, if the teachers are able to manage them, to understand that they are more or less equal with their colleague boys or males, it will go a long way to help. Mr. Speaker, we may look at it to be that easy, but because we have not caught many of them young, they even get halfway and then they stop. I was very enthused some time ago when I saw on the television a whole crew of only women. That was on the 20th of February 2024, who flew Persian Air from Tamale to Accra, and the flight was OP178. I was so happy that I remained glued to the television without, when even they ended talking about it, I had forgotten, because it's like, wow. Because I know for sure, if passengers had been told to fly the aircraft from Accra to Tamale, if it were only female that are going to fly it, and there was an option given, I will not be surprised that some people would have said, no, we wouldn't go. But here we are. They did it. Hooray to them. They did very well. And the captain was one Iva Jichuru. That was the captain. Later in the day, that same evening, they had a flight again from Accra to Kumasi at about 6:44. I mean, if we give the same opportunity and understand that we all, both men and women, girls and boys, have the same learning ability, I think that, as we have always said, we are not intending to take everything away from the men, but we will put up to the extent that we can do it better than the men. So, Mr. Speaker, just as has been said, I will encourage us MPs to also take it on ourselves to check in our schools where the girl child is doing well, encourage them, support them, and also talk with the teachers. As well, now that we have special teachers for those days it was a general subject, but now we have specific teachers for science and mathematics. We can talk with them, support them, give them the necessary encouragement, and I think it will go a long way to help us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Thank you so much. I give the floor to Minority Chief Whip. Then we have come to the end of this statement.
Speaker, I am grateful for recognizing me. Let me commend our colleague for Dade Kotopon, who nudged this House by bringing subject matter to the House floor. Speaker, just a few words, and probably take it from where my colleague ended on the role of teachers. And now we are told they are not called teachers, they are called facilitators. Their role in this whole advocacy and the scheme of things in terms of girl-child education in science. So I'm all for it. I think it's a good advocacy. However, we also need to tread with a bit of caution. Where a lady or a girl is strongly averted to a particular subject area, it mustn't be the case that necessarily that girl have to be pushed in the area of science, because our children are gifted in diverse ways, and so is the Creator himself, who gives gifts in diverse ways. So there are people who will be gifted in the area of science. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying we shouldn't encourage them in the area of science, but it must not be mandatory that all girls must necessarily be pushed onto that tangent. Where the talent and the gifts are different, we must appreciate it as such, and so is the Creator himself. Speaker, there has been a policy on TVET, and governments that have come and gone have blazed the trail in this direction. There have also been a policy in the area of STEM education, girl-child education, the area of science. The question and challenge has always been the oxygen to prosecute this. And so we will call on the ministry that if it is something that finds favor with them, the necessary support. And this House has the mandate. Our Committee on Education can get the ministry to take this as a variable in their scheme of things. After all, now we have free SHS, which has come to stay. We should be able to get a necessary support from the ministry for science education. It should be one of our flagship educational projects as a country. Speaker, the teaching of science has always been a challenge in our schools because we don't relate. The Americans are where they are because of hands-on education. we often tend to allow these concepts to be seen as some abstract concept. So when my colleague was mentioning the role of teachers, I was touched and felt this is an area we must pay attention to. There should be a conscious effort, dedicated effort to direct the efforts of our teachers, facilitators. We must teach our kids via hands-on. Chemical reactions, chemistry, chemical reaction, physics concept must be demystified. And it's our way of life. We are preparing okra soup. There is chemistry there. The pepper we put in reacts with the tomatoes and the oil. That is how we should relate. And they must come to appreciate that science is nothing but our way of life. And once they are able to appreciate it, then they can get creative and to be able to come up with initiative. So for me, that is the way out. Because science, without our ability to resolve our problems, is nothing. If we teach them all the science theories, and they imbibe all the theories, and they cannot resolve our daily lives with these science principles, then we are not making progress as a country. And for me, that is the thrust of it. And if we can focus on hands-on education for our girls to appreciate, because there's a lot of science in the kitchen, and they don't need to go far. The examples are in the kitchen. The examples can be demonstrated practically at the kitchen. And when they do that, they can better appreciate the concept of science education. Speaker, our goal should be towards ensuring that when the science concepts are taught and demystified, it should lead to problem solving. It should be able to solve problems in our lives. Otherwise, we are not making progress as a country. I want to commend the maker of the statement, and I think that going forward, probably, Speaker, I will not invite you to make any consequential directives. Probably, when the Education Committee is finally formed, this is a matter they have to take up deliberations, especially in the area of getting facilitators to teach them in a hands-on approach and in a manner that solves our daily lives. I think if we are able to do this, this is when we'll be making a meaningful effort towards solving our problem. Joe Agri has said it, that when you educate a woman, you educate the entire nation. That is not lost on us, but the necessary funding which will serve as the oxygen to prosecute this business must not be denied of this challenge. Speaker, I thank you, and I commend the maker of the statement. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. I intend to direct that the statement be referred to the minister responsible for education for the necessary action. There is another statement on the 38th ordinary section of the Assembly of the African Union, starting from 15th to 16th February 2025, in the person of Ibrahim Zuera Mohammed. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to make this statement in relation to the upcoming ordinary session of the Assembly of the African Union. Mr. Speaker, the heads of states and government of the member states of the African Union will gather for the 38th ordinary session of the Assembly of the Union on 15th to 16th February 2025 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. This annual gathering, Mr. Speaker, of the leaders of the AU is preceded by the Permanent Representatives Committee meetings and the Executive Council meetings. Mr. Speaker, this year's assembly is significant for Ghana because the AU Assembly, through its decision 884 of 2024, designated the theme of the year for the 2024 as, and I quote, "Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations," unquote. Mr. Speaker, the Assembly Decision 884 was to implement the outcome of the Accra Reparations Conference of November 2023, which was co-organized by the African Union Commission and the Government of Ghana. The outcome document of the Accra Reparations Conference is the Accra Proclamations on Reparations. Mr. Speaker, at the 37th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of the Union in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, from 17th to 18th February 2024, the Assembly adopted the decision of delegates who participated in the Accra Reparations Conference from 14th to 17th November 2023 in Accra, Ghana, and expressed their appreciation to the Government of Ghana and the African Union for co-organizing and conducting the conference. They acknowledge the invaluable statements of heads of the AU and for the support and contribution provided by the Union to the conference. They recognize that the Accra Reparations Conference, which was convened with a shared commitment to addressing historical injustices and injurious crimes committed against Africans and the people of African descent through transatlantic enslavement, colonization, and apartheid, to address the inequities present in the international economic and political orders as a demonstration of the African Union's commitment to advancing the cause of reparatory justice and healing for Africans and for all people of African descent. Mr. Speaker, the Accra Reparations Conference was therefore in fulfillment of the decision 884 taken in February 2023 at the 36th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Heads of States and Government of the African Union, endorsing the Government of Ghana's proposal to co-organize with relevant stakeholders and host an international conference towards, I quote, building a united front to advance the cause of justice and the payment of reparations to Africans, unquote. The Accra Proclamation on Reparations had proposed the establishment of certain mechanisms for the institutionalization of the reparation agenda in Africa. The mechanisms include, Mr. Speaker, 1, the President of Ghana was appointed by the Assembly as the champion on reparations. 2, Committee of Experts on Reparations to develop an African common position on reparations. 3, Reference group of legal experts to work in close coordination with the African Union, led by the Commission and including the judicial and quasi-judicial organs of the Union. 4, Global Reparations Fund based in Africa to work in collaboration with the African Union to advance the campaign of the African Union on reparations. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Transcontinental Partnership Framework embracing the AU, CARICOM, and the African diaspora in Latin America, North America, Europe, and UK, and elsewhere in the world to build a strong common front among them in pursuit of reparations and reparatory justice at the global level. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, in his capacity as champion for the theme of the year 2025 on reparations, will therefore be presenting a report to the Assembly of the Union after the official launch of the theme of the year. This year's AU Assembly will also, inter alia, appoint the new chairperson of the AU Commission and the new deputy chairperson, as well as confirm the elections of the new 6 incoming commissioners. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to make this statement in anticipation of a grand meeting of the Union. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The floor is now Honorable Kojo Nkrumah.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the statement that was just delivered to this House. And as African leaders gather for the 38th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of the African Union, we send to them our best wishes to take the right decisions that will support the continent. Mr. Speaker, however, specific to the matter of reparations, if the world, particularly the West, is interested or is minded to pay reparations for participating in the ills associated with the transatlantic slave trade, so be it. And I don't think anybody can quarrel with that. But I think from an African perspective, the subject needs some further examination. The transatlantic slave trade was not end-to-end executed by people of Western descent only. Africans participated in it. In fact, if you go to the Elmina Castle, you will find recognitions of the participation of Africans in the transatlantic slave trade. You also find from our history how we indulged in intertribal slavery even before the white man came here. So if today we are looking to have a conversation about reparations as the way to cure the injustices, it raises questions about whether we are also going to consider paying intertribal reparations. But Mr. Speaker, more to the point, the justice that is being sought, in my honest view, needs to be directed towards other areas than reparations. For example, the African Union has been talking about setting up strong African financial institutions to mobilize resources to help the advancement of Africa. My view is that it is a more practical and near immediate way to mobilize resources to help advance the African cause as against the subject of reparations. Mr. Speaker, we've also just spent a lot of time and resources pushing what they call the Continental Free Trade Area, setting up its office here in Ghana. There's been a lot of talk about it, but very little trade ongoing. If African leaders are looking at ways of deepening what they call justice for the African people, I think that's another area which is practical, is real, it can be facilitated, instead of expecting a group of Western countries to write checks for us for their participation in an exercise that we ourselves were even doing and we participated in as Africans. And finally, Mr. Speaker, there's also the need for more South-South trade to empower Africans. A lot of young people in Africa are looking for opportunity for African leaders to open up borders for trade and employment across Africa. If African leaders are going to spend time talking about reparations from the West for their participation in slave trade, I think it will be good for them to also include in this conversation how they can fast-track efforts to open up our borders and open up things like South-South trade. These, in my view, are more realistic ways to get justice for today's generation of Africans, as against what appears to be a nice theoretical conversation of reparations from the rest, from the West. We were doing this very evil act among ourselves. We participated in it, because a white man didn't go into the villages to go and pick Africans and put them on the boats. Africans participated in picking black people up and selling them to the white man. So we have a responsibility on our own to take immediate practical steps, as we have mouthed in times past, to provide justice for our own people. So as the African leaders gather to discuss reparations, I believe that these are things that they should consider as part of that exercise. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Respectfully, I would want to continue from where my brother left off, especially when he said that that nice theoretical conversation should be put aside. We should ensure that we put up practical reasons or practical means of uplifting ourselves as Africans than coming together, always sitting and talking about reparation. What are we, African leaders, doing to ourselves as a people? For me, I believe that Africa is endowed with the natural and human resources that can be harnessed for the betterment of its people, rather than always having conversations about reparations. Who are we going to take the money from? Mr. Speaker, I believe that in this time and age, we still have the natural resources all across Africa. We still have the human resources that if our leaders have the political will to better the lot of we, the Africans ourselves, we will be able to do it. We will be able to lift ourselves from that quagmire of poverty. Just now, we were lamenting the minority leader brought up a statement about cholera in his place. And my brother, the other time, one of us also raised the issue about meningitis. But Lord, these are some of the things that we should look at solving the problem. And I was happy when the minority chief whip said that it is unpardonable. Our people are dying. Our people are dying from poverty. Our leaders must sit up. Our leaders must look at harnessing our natural resources for our betterment. So for me, yes, it is good. They may decide, talk about it. But back home, we have things. We have our resources. We have our gold, manganese, whatever. Instead, for example, looking at our country, we export raw materials. What do our people need? What we need is work. So I would add my voice to the maker of the statement. Yes, we appreciate them. We appreciate whatever they are doing. But we also want to plead with them that they should look back home. They shouldn't just think about reparations. We have the resources here. We can put them together for our betterment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I give the floor to Honorable Sosu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Zuera for such a very important reminder of reparation. And Mr. Speaker, to also contribute to say that as African leaders gather to look at this discussion, they need to be reminded that what Africans need today is not a reparation in the form of a handout. It is not a reparation in the form that could be described as a charity model, where Africa is treated as an object of scorn or an object of pity, where world leaders will now be looking at Africa as if we are at their beck and call. Mr. Speaker, Africa has a population of over 1.5 billion people. We are so youthful when it comes to our population. Mr. Speaker, I dare say that there are several research materials that shows that any corporation which is not based on economics does not yield any outcome. And my Lord, Mr. Speaker, you can, Mr. Speaker, you can look at the Organization of African Union, which metamorphosed into AU, and look at all the attempts made at the regional levels with the kind of what we call the spaghetti approach of integration that we have on the continent. Mr. Speaker, when you look at what is happening, it is a reason why we have not advanced. Remember that we have the Lagos Plan of Action, we have the Abuja Treaty. All these treaties and plan of actions were based on how we can use economics to transform Africa. And it is because of that that today we have the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Mr. Speaker, not until Africa wakes up, if our leaders do not wake up to really come together with, at the table as far as this Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is concerned, Mr. Speaker, we are not going anywhere. If you look at how the coal and steel factories cooperation began in Europe, only a trade area, small trade area between France and Germany today is what we call the European Union. So if Africa can move from trade integration, removing our barriers and tariff and non-tariff barriers, liberalizing our markets, having a common market, having a common monetary union, eventually having an economic union, there is no way we will come out of this quagmire. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to use this platform to draw the attention of the world leaders, the African leaders, as they gather to deliberate our reparation. That the reparation we need today is emancipation from mental slavery. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. This is what we need. This is the only way we can come out of our quagmire. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Patrick Yabuama.
Yeah, man. So is Irie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me add my voice to the comment, to the statement ably made by my colleague from Salaga South. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues have drawn our attention to how poor we've traded amongst ourselves in Africa. African global trade share is just 3% and is very, very low and poor. To the extent that we want to increase investment in Africa and create more job opportunities. So, Speaker, I would want our leaders to reconsider the theme for this year's AU Summit, if they can. Looking at the issues around the world lately, Mr. Speaker, President Trump has signed a lot of executive orders, some affecting African nationals. And I believe this is the time for African leaders to have gone to Addis Ababa to consider the implications of what President Trump has done with regards to the nationals of Africa. Not to be talking about reparations, Mr. Speaker. We've been talking about reparations for many years, and we've achieved nothing. And I believe we are not going to achieve anything. There are issues in Congo, DRC, between Rwanda, between South Africa. Soldiers are being killed here and there. Those are issues that bother the African today. Nigeria is the biggest economy in Africa, Mr. Speaker. Nigeria is seeking to join the BRICS, like South Africa did. You have countries in ECOWAS leaving to form other unions outside ECOWAS. Those are matters that affect us, that must agitate the thinking and thoughts of African leaders. Should they meet in Addis? I don't know when they are meeting, Mr. Speaker. So I believe that there are very important issues other than talking about reparations. The Global Reparation Fund was to have been set up, I think, last year. I don't think we even have $1 in that account. Yet we are going to be sitting in Addis Ababa with delegations upon delegations from countries, about 55 countries in Africa, to go to Addis Ababa and read speeches with no effect on the people on the continent. That is why the youth of Africa are constantly losing interest in our politics and democracy and will fall for anything. Today I read on that there are some Ghanaians even fighting alongside the jihadists or whatever in the Sahelian areas, across country in the north, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger. Ghanaians participated in the, what do you call it? Those people who were cutting people's limbs and arms. No Boko Haram in Europe. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe there are very critical issues that should agitate the minds of the 21st century African leaders. Our trade, we talked about a common payment platform. We talked about a common air transportation system is very bad. You want to travel from here to Guinea to Sierra Leone and you have to go to 3 other countries. Those are the things that we have to be talking about. Our road networks are not linked properly. So how can we talk about trade and be part of global trade, Mr. Speaker? So I believe that we should reconsider this theme for the AU summit in Addis, if it's not too late, and to talk about those critical matters that will spur up our economic growth and to ensure that Africa becomes a leading light in the world. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I recognize James Agalga, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend the maker of the statement, which simply calls for reparation in view of certain disturbing historical occurrences, such as the transatlantic slave trade. Mr. Speaker, the fundamental question is whether or not it is justifiable for Africans to be asking for reparation at this point in our history. I heard one of our colleagues, the Honorable Kojo Oponkroma, argue in relation to this statement that in the course of the conduct of the transatlantic slave trade, Africans participated. That is a historical fact. But is that enough justification for us to say it is not proper for us to be talking about reparation? Mr. Speaker, I think we need to set the records straight. The narrative that Africans participated in the conduct of the slave trade, for which reason we shouldn't be talking about reparation, is the Western narrative. The facts are very clear. Those Africans who participated in the conduct of the slave trade were induced. In fact, historical accounts have it that following the advent of the transatlantic slave trade, the face of warfare in Africa changed for the West. Wars became very brutal because we had been induced into thinking that some humans were less human than others, and so some ethnic groups could afford to capture their own kind and sell them into slavery. I think we should be guided by the works of Walter Rodney, and he wrote a book entitled How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. I will recommend that masterpiece to all of us. If we read Walter Rodney, Mr. Speaker, we would come to terms with the fact that our underdevelopment was induced by imperial Europe. They started with the slave trade, and when they had no use for slavery again because machines had now been invented, they switched to the mode of what? Colonialism. Today, colonialism has taken another form. Nkrumah described that as neo-colonialism. So let us not talk about collaboration on the part of some Africans, because even when the Holocaust was committed, there were some Jewish groups which collaborated with Adolf Hitler and his ilk. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commend the maker of the statement and to indicate clearly in very strong terms that we have sufficient justification to demand for the payment of reparation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Gisela Tete. Then I'll come to leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm trying to get the formula you are using. It appears to me that you are doing, what it appears to me you do two on their side and one on our side. As regard, it is becoming consistent. I'm just seeking your guidance. I'm just seeking your kind guidance. If it is the case that, with all due respect, I know you are very experienced in these matters. Is it the case that you are using a certain ratio that we are not aware of? If you can carry us along.
Honorable Minority Whip, sometimes I look at the number of people on their feet and tries to balance the equation.
Thank you for being definite that it is not a ratio that I was thinking, but it's members catching your attention. We'll try and catch your attention there.
Honorable Gisela Tete, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've learned to manage my expectations when it comes to the discussion on restitution, reparations, and restoration. Let me give a little example. In my little constituency, well, not a little constituency, in my constituency of Autu Senya West, I have a fort called Fort Good Hope, which was built by the Dutch. And so one day, I decided to pay a visit to the Dutch embassy to have a discussion with the ambassador. And I said, oh, I have a fort in my place. I want to see what collaborations can be done with the fort in terms of tourism. I'd also read an article on Reuters that said that the Dutch PM, Mark Rutte at the time, had apologized for the Dutch involvement in slavery. So I felt that was a good time to have it open up and have a discussion on my little fort sitting in Senya Breku. The PM had also indicated that they are not interested in reparations, but they will set up a 200 million euro education fund in lieu of that. And so I thought that I could tap into that education fund for my community of Senya Breku because the Fort Good Hope stands there as a relic up till today. I was disappointed when he said, actually, it was meant more for the colonies. So I said, oh, but there was an origin and there was a destination. The destination is the colonies, but the origin is the African coast. In Central region, there are over 17 or more forts and castles, and the evidence is there, even towards Ahanta, the cruel story of Bedu Bonsu, the second and all. So there's a long history of the Dutch involvement along our coast. I'm just using this as an example because it's a practical example for me. So I just realized that, okay, can I tap into the education fund as well? 200 million euro can do something. Can there be some technology transfer? Can I have a school built in my community by the Dutch? But I realized that the discussion was not going to go far. So at that point, I decided to advise myself. So much as I thank the speaker, the writer of this statement, I personally manage my expectations. And I think that as Africans, we must also go in with expectation management. Because somebody may not be on the same meter band as you are and thinking in the same terms of what sort of reparations. I don't think we want handouts, but I'm sure that some economic cooperation would do. Technology transfers would do. Access to education funds that were set up. This is just the Dutch example I've given you. There may be others along the way that have also done some kind of interventions. But I think that it should be more along those lines. So that the reality is that as we sit in here in this house, that we all represent a constituency, the ripple effect of that will be felt in a constituency like mine, where I have a relic built by the Dutch, every day reminding me of their presence. And I think that that discussion should link with tourism and others and make sure that at least the people who are affected by the slave trade, I wonder whether there will ever be closure, but at least there should be some discussion along those lines. But we are not there to beg, but I'm sure that at least some cooperation, technology transfer, as I said, or something more practical and pragmatic and beneficial to us as a people is something that at least we would not mind tapping into. I would like to translate all this into a benefit to my constituency, and I'm sure all of us who have such relics in our constituencies may want to do the same. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minority Leadership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I commend the maker of this statement. Mr. Speaker, I have different views with reference to reparation in Africa. And it has to do with the fact that, Mr. Speaker, a friend once told me that if a ship was brought to the Tema port and people are asked whether or not they want to travel to America, and that they will be charged before traveling to America. Mr. Speaker, you and I know that a lot of people will jump onto that ship and travel to America. Mr. Speaker, the issues about reparation, whether or not we mean to deal with them. It's a matter for us to think through carefully. What does reparatory justice for Africa entail? Does it entail we looking at a range of initiatives and how we intend to deal with these initiatives? Are we looking at historically acknowledging that we were once under the colonial spell? And are we willing to be compensated for those? Does it also entail we looking for financial reparations, some amount of money that will be paid as compensation to Africans that had to go through whatever reparations we went through? Does it also entail land restitutions, those lands which were taken from us? Are we willing to accept those lands and to take them and to walk away? Are we all thinking about these policy issues of policy reforms, including now departing from issues of social inequalities and discrimination? There are a host of issues we are dealing with as Africans. I think that I take a cue from my friend, Honorable Francis Xavier, that are we willing to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery? Are we willing to depart from the fact that we won't go and sit at one place applying for visa, and we know that the sun is scorching, there is no proper arrangements for people who even are applying and paying so much to travel to another country? Are we willing to depart from that? Within our same Africa, are we not getting the kind of discrimination we see every now and then, that even if you're going to a place like Morocco or Algeria, you don't see yourself as an African? Are we willing to also deal with the real issues of, say that from today, whatever we are due as Africans, we will treat ourselves as Africans? Honorable Patrick Boama made the call about when you are even traveling within Africa, and even in cases when you are supposed to procure some visas before you can get to your destination within Africa. And even the issue of transportation within Africa. You can best understand that sometimes when you're even traveling to Ivory Coast, and how you go and land in Ivory Coast, what is happening to AU and what is happening to EU within this shortest possible time? I think that as Africans, we must rise up to the occasion. We should stop just doing the theories and rhetorics and rise up to the core. Maybe that is also an occasion to say that Kwame Nkrumah did one of the best things by pushing for Africanization. But are we still willing to do it the way we think about it? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The indication is that I recognize Honorable Minority Chief Whip, Honorable Anodombre.
Speaker, I am exceedingly grateful. I'm exceedingly grateful for your indulgence. So we are not to sound repetitive. I think colleagues have put matters in context, not according to any order. I've listened to my deputy, Honorable Ahmed, Honorable Sasu, my good friend, and the Honorable Boama. One thing comes to mind. Reparation, obviously, is not a beautiful thing to go for. It is not a low-hanging fruit that we can go for as a continent. Clearly, it cuts some doubts in terms of shadow on us as the independent, God-given people. It's not something we should be proud of. Reparation is out of the question. We should probably forcefully go out there and make a call for removal of trade tariffs and trade barriers. And that will set the stage for equal exchanges in terms of trade between Africa and ourselves and the other parts of the world. Speaker, it is strange that Africans are eager to trade with Europe in the face of the yawning gap. We have the Mediterranean Sea creating us a problem, a yawning gap, yet we feel more comfortable to trade with our brothers in Europe, whilst we can trade better amongst ourselves as Africans. Speaker, we've been talking about African Union, the continent coming together way ahead of the European Union. Before the Europeans started talking about their union, European Union, Africans have started talking about the unity of Africa and the African Union long ago. What happened? Along the line, today the European Union is much stronger in terms of geopolitics, and is doing better in terms of welfare, seeking welfare, and staging advocacy for trade and the development and changing the paradigm of development of Europe. They are way ahead of us. Speaker, I dare say that even before the Marshall Plan, Africans were on the path of progress and unity. After Europe was zeroed down by Hitler and Americans and co came together to put out the Marshall Plan, Africans were already talking about unity. And our torchbearers have always been talking about this. It's sad we are where we are, and today reparation becomes a subject matter of discussion. With greatest respect to our colleague, reparations should be pushed to the back burner. It cannot be. It cannot be. We cannot be satisfied with reparation. What we need is equal exchange in terms of trade. Today, one can recall all the economic interventions in Africa, PAMS card, economic recovery program, and all the likes. All these interventions have not helped ultimately. And so our torchbearers could not have been far from right when they said that Africans must take their destiny in our hands. And I couldn't have agreed more with Honorable Boama when he says we are going there to talk about theories again. And here I think individual African countries must rise up. And in our context, we can send a message through our foreign minister. Our foreign minister should send a message strongly to the African Union. If this is how we are going to be talking and we are still going to be swimming at the surf of the ocean, we are not helping the continent. And let me also conclude that we can't also be talking about too many things at the same time. No, it can't be. We should have a defined line of action. 10 years from now, what is Africa seeking to achieve? Everybody is talking about trade. Everybody is talking about transport. Everybody is talking about movement. Yes, they are all important. But can we, as a continent, classify and say that the next 10 years, this is the priority? By 10 years from now, Africa should have been able to achieve this, and then we move ahead. We can mix everything up and say that we want to develop. That will be a problem. But the matter on reparation should not be a subject matter of consideration at all. The Honorable Agaga, who spoke in context about what the Honorable Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah said, I equally agree with him. Yes. If you look at what the role that people like Mensa Saba and co-icons of Africa did when colonial masters had wanted to take over our lands are things that we have to be proud of. So a number of our icons have also stood toe-to-toe to our Europeans. It is entirely not true that Africans largely contributed in the Atlantic slave trade and sold and facilitated the sale of our people to the Europeans. No, there were people, as history has recorded, who stood tall. You can name the Sagranti War and all the likes, and all the people who stood tall to defend Africans and to defend our forefathers. When we are recounting the history, we must recount the history properly. So, Speaker, it's a day we have to celebrate, to be out of context, and at this stage and at this time in our life, we can't continuously be talking about reparation. Speaker, let me conclude on this $100 million call that Africans have always been looking at the European world, the developed world, that in the context of the fact that these developed countries pollute more, they should send Africans some $100 billion. This has remained a mirage. It's not happening. Year in, year out, at the COP, Conference of Parties, we make that strong advocacy. It only falls on deaf ears, and we come home and we come and lament. It cannot be a litany of lamentation without results. Let's go out there, take our destiny in our hands, demand for fair trade. It's something we call Eurogap standard, which is limiting Africans from penetrating the European world. These are the calls we should make. And I think if we are able to do this out of patriotism, we'll be able to make a difference. 10 years from now, let's come and tick the boxes. Which were the ones that we were able to achieve? Which were the ones that are outstanding? And then we can make a meaningful progress towards the true emancipation of the continent. Speaker, thank you for recognizing me.
Thank you, Majority Leadership. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I also want to wish the African leaders well in the 38th ordinary session that is just about to happen. Mr. Speaker, the issue of reparation is one that divides opinions. But I am of a strong view that it is not a subject that we Africans or black people should just sweep under the carpet. Yes, there are so many things that we have to do for ourselves. We have said that we do only about 3% of trade among ourselves, that is intra-trade in Africa. And we need to do more. We need to do business with ourselves more than we do with others elsewhere. There are a lot of things. We are sitting on, minerals that are still being exploited from us, and there are so many things that we have to do. But that does not mean that we should forget about the subject of, reparation. Mr. Speaker, injustice has not got a lifespan. It's like justice. And when we talk about reparation, we are always talking about money. Reparation is not only about money. There are other forms of assistance that we can get for what they have done to us. That does not necessarily mean that they have to hand over money to us. My honorable leader was talking about getting an equal trade. How do you get an equal trade? You can use reparation to get that equal trade. You've got to establish that wrong things were done and that somebody needs to compensate the other for. And then we can sit down and look at exactly the form of compensation that we need. Should that be a reduction of tariffs? Should it be other things that we take into the European Union or to the Americas that need to be looked at? We had an agreement with the Americans, the AGOA agreement, which was signed 20 years ago. And we have signed it again, I think, on 2 occasions. And I think the last one is about to expire. But we have not taken advantage of it. These are some of the things we should be looking at. Even if we get a reparation, what sort of advantage as Africans are we going to take to make sure that that benefits us? But we should not just have in our minds that any time we talk about reparation, we are asking for somebody to bring us money. We can do that in negotiating many different agreements, preferably in the area of trade, to make sure that Africa actually gets benefit. We talk about Africans participating. Cape Coast. When you come, you will see castles and all that, where these trades actually took place. And yes, you can establish that Africans took part. But as Honorable Agaga said, they were induced to take part. The fight, history will tell you that wars in Africa went up as a result of slave trade because it became a lucrative business to actually go and fight your neighbor and capture them and sell them to somebody else to take them to the Americas to make money. We were just used as middle people to help the Europeans to do this slave trade or to cause this harm to us. Who benefited from it? Which billionaires do you know that make so much money from slave trade in Africa? But Europe and Americas are littered with old money that trace their sources to the slave trade. And somebody needs to compensate the other for wrongdoing. Mr. Speaker, you realize that a lot of artwork that were stolen from Africa are actually coming back. Quite recently, we got some for the Ashantis. How did we get that? Because we made a case that those arts should be returned to Africa because it belongs to us and they were stolen. If we hadn't made the case, those artwork would still be sitting in Europe. So we should not just sit back, lay back, and said we were a victim of our own, whatever happened to us. No, something went wrong that has not been addressed, and it is still a fundamental thing for we black people, wherever we may find ourselves, whether in Europe, in America, or even here in Africa. And something needs to happen. But let's get into our minds that when we talk about reparation, we are not only talking about payment of money by one person to the other. It can be done in so many other ways that will be beneficial. We are borrowing money at astronomical rates from the Western world. We have appetite for borrowing money. And some of these rates that we are being charged are not actually reasonable, but we don't seem to have a choice. These are some of the areas we can actually negotiate so that some of these rates of borrowing, if we have to, are actually reduced as part of the reparation payment, but not necessarily sitting down for somebody to dole us cash. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for my contribution, and I thank the maker of the statement for a good job done. Thank you.
That brings us to the end of this statement. Honorable members, I have another statement in the name of Honorable Dr. Stephen Amwa, dealing with certain fundamentals, economic anomalies in Ghana. Honorable, you have the floor. Order.
Sorry. Right, Honorable Speaker, I am extremely thankful to you and your noble outfit for according me this prestigious opportunity to make this important statement in this august house. Mr. Speaker, I am making this statement on certain fundamental financial economic anomalies in Ghana, which need to be rectified. One of such policies is the management of our monetary policy with respect to the periodical adjustments of Ghana's policy rate. Monetary policy is simply about decisions made by central banks, such as the Bank of Ghana, makes on the money supply and interest rates. Normally, policy rates are determined to optimize the amount of money in circulation. The strategic technique of adopting inflationary targeted monetary policy in Ghana has not really yielded the expected results. It has rather been a strategic drift. The strategic technique of adopting inflationary targeted monetary policy in Ghana has not really yielded the expected results. It has rather been very dysfunctional and has not helped us as a country. Mr. Speaker, policy rate increased from 12.92% in 2011 to 25% in 2016, with their respective inflationary rates increasing from 8.73% to 17.51%. Policy rate decreased from 22.5% in 2017 to 16.00% in 2019, with their corresponding inflationary rate of 12.39 to 7.17.
GDP growth, Mr. Speaker, reduced from 13.90 to 3.4 in the same period. Between 2021 and 2023, GDP reduced from 5.10% to 2.90%. Mr. Speaker, policy rates in 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023 were 14.75%, 14%, 20.21%, and 29.50%. And inflationary rates were 9.94%, 9.96%, 31.949%, and 40.28%, respectively. Inflationary targeted monetary policy, that is the policy rate, is increased to reduce inflation so that the economy can be stabilized. The above trend, Mr. Speaker, illustrates the opposite. Increases in the policy rate rather increases inflation. It means that it is not just the magnitude of the inflation that determines how the monetary policy should be adjusted, but rather the cause of it. Mr. Speaker, this policy anomaly must be checked by the relevant stakeholders to stop its dysfunctional contribution to our unstable economic performance. It erodes the purchasing power of Ghanaians. It increases the cost of doing business and lowers standard of living. It is only when inflation increases as a result of demand pull, that is when people are buying and selling, and there is a high circulation of money on the market, that one can adjust the policy rate upwards, and vice versa. Typically, Ghana's inflation is induced by cost push, that is from the supplier's end. Interest rate has been a very strong element in the aggregate cost of doing business, as most investors in Ghana rely on debt financing, loans. Cost push inflation does not profoundly induce economic growth. In the trends analyzed above, the corresponding GDP growths were not rather following the expected trends. Mr. Speaker, my maiden statement during the 8th Parliament also unraveled another important anomaly. That was the pricing of treasury bills, that is government securities or risk-free as categorized in investment or risk return principles, and the comparable risky assets on the market. It is making Ghana's market or economy deviate from the global standard. In fact, all the traditional models for computing the returns from investing in risky assets are not effectively applicable in Ghana. It defeats the fundamental principles of risk return policy in investment. Examples are the capital asset pricing model, that is CAPM, and the arbitrage pricing theorem, APT. It is introducing the element of arbitrariness in the decision-making processes of capital asset pricing in Ghana. Some schools of thought have it that it is as a result of government's high demand for funds. We are dealing with a dysfunctional policy decision and its adverse impact on our economy. All these comments are welcome as they may assist in dealing with the inimical policy. It is indeed, Mr. Speaker, dysfunctional to the performance of the Republic of Ghana. It calls for a policy shift as well as regulatory reforms by the relevant stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, being hungry does not necessitate intake of pathogenic materials or toxins or even poisons. These anomalies contribute not only to the high cost of doing business, but also high exchange rates, low productivity, high unemployment, and banks' risk exposure. Ghanaian companies cannot produce to meet aggregate demand and accordingly resort to importation. Ghana's economy can be accordingly described as double-digit interest rate economy, and it is basically, among other factors, caused by these financial economic anomalies. There are other policies that we need to critically look at. For instance, absolute free market economy, a country in which we have a weak entrepreneurial ecosystem and profiteering culture. We should begin a conversation whether we need a mixed market economy to provide specific price caps, Mr. Speaker, for monopoly, oligopoly, or even cartels. For controlled market economy, Mr. Speaker, I will not advise for a capitalistic economy to be exercised. However, I would like to propose that a committee is set up by the Finance Committee, Economy and Development Committee, and Budget Committee to engage the Bank of Ghana and possibly the Finance Ministry on these important policies. We need to remedy these fundamental anomalies to enable us build a resilient economy for the purposes of attaining the needed long-term economic growth and stability. Without that, our quest for economic independence, national import substitution, strong and stable currency, and high employment rate will never be realized. Mr. Speaker, I would like to end with a plea. Please, I pray that some of these critical issues will be accorded the needed attention and action. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, once again, but in anticipation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Stephen. I start a contribution from Honorable Asika Dongo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the maker of the statement, who has consistently contributed to improving the economic management principles of our country, particularly monetary policy and capital asset pricing. I recall he made a statement earlier where he questioned the basis for banks that were taking cheaper deposits, basically giving loans at a higher rate than government, which is seen as a risk-free investor, which obviously didn't make sense, given that the banks carry risk that government doesn't. But his own government ended up proving him wrong when the government became more riskier than the banks and began to do DDEP and restructuring its debts, which had basically defeated the common known principle that when you give more loans to government, they are risk-free. So we still are learning, and over time, I'm sure we'll find the solutions to some of them. But I agree in most part with his statement. As a matter of fact, Ghana has been operating an inflationary targeting framework, which is part of the process to anchor inflation expectations. So when inflation is very high in our country and the monetary policy authorities assess that is as a result of increased demand caused by excess liquidity in the economy, what we have tended to do is to adjust the exchange rate in order to recall most of that excess liquidity back into our financial system, but also to give a signal to the community as to direction that we want inflation to go. And we do know that when people expect inflation to be tamed, chances are that inflation will follow suit. But in our absence of adjusting the policy rate, chances are that people will begin to see inflation not being targeted, and as a result, the expectation will be that inflation will continue to grow. And our inflation targeting framework is premised on a combination of inflation targeting and managing inflation expectation. And at the moment, we have not found a better way of doing it. I do agree that monetary policy may not be adequate in dealing with the myriad of problems that are confronted our country, particularly when we know that even though hardcore inflation or headline inflation may be seen to be trending downwards when you increase the policy rate, but if you look at the core measures of inflation, you would find that not all of it can be addressed by policy rate. So for instance, food inflation, how do you use, what do you call it, policy rate as a major tool for addressing what is essentially a misallocation of resources from the fiscal side? So when a government is not putting the money into agriculture, when the government is not putting the money to grow industries so that we can produce other to substitute for domestic consumption or to reduce the cost of production of food, no amount of policy rate would be able to tackle that. So I agree that there must be complementary fiscal action that makes sure that in the medium term, we are able to address a key part of our inflation, which is the food inflation. Of course, there are other factors that are necessarily not food inflation, like energy, like fuel. We will need to find a way to address that. But, Mr. Speaker, we do have a problem, is that monetary policy itself tends to forget that its actions in terms of using policy rate has an impact on the general ability of the economy to grow food and to produce for us. Because, like he said, the cost of borrowing itself is being exacerbated by policy rate increases. Today, we don't do base rate, but we do what we call the Bank of Ghana reference rate. And the Bank of Ghana reference rate is calculated as a weighted average between the policy rate and the treasury bill rate. So if rates go up or policy rate go up, automatically the reference rate that defines the base at which businessmen and individuals must borrow will automatically go up. And if you borrow at a higher rate, it is obvious that your cost of production will go up and the cost of producing food will be high and the cost of producing industrial products will be high. So we need to find a way to deal with this transmission from policy rate to the base rate or the reference rate at which businesses and individuals have to borrow. If we are not able to tackle this, then any time we are attempting to solve the problem of inflation, we are also dealing with the base of the problem itself, which is production, because the cost of production would go up. And once the cost of production goes up, you expect the businessmen to want to recoup all that cost in addition to margins that are placed on the product that are produced. And so in that case, you will see policy rate become dysfunctional, as my colleague calls it. Those of us who attended Zamsis Tech, who don't call it dysfunctional, as you mentioned, we call it dysfunctional. But the Achibota people, they are here. Listen to that man. So it confirms exactly the fear that he has, that policy rate has a tendency to limit the proper production of goods and services, and therefore leading to additional round of inflation and others. But we do also know that the monetary policy is not only targeting inflation, but general price development. So interest rates, exchange rate, and inflation. Now, each of them depend on the other. Once you are not able to deal with exchange rate, and you begin to get higher exchange rate volatility, it will feed into the price of goods and services and inflation. Now, in an attempt to address this problem, you then go to touch interest rate, and then you come back in a spiral because that policy rate that you are tackling to use to tackle inflation will then lead to a higher cost of production. So we need to find a model that really understands the dynamics and the structure of our economy. He brings in a very interesting conversation as to what type of economy we should run, whether we should run a market economy or we should find a hybrid. I don't think that we have the answers. This will require a lot of conversation and analysis on our economy. But generally, I do believe that the model that we have set ourselves up itself leads to inefficient utilization and allocation of resources, and we begin to find ourselves in just cycles of the same problem. So a government of the day finds relief, we begin to trumpet an achievement, and just one event, we are back to square one, and then we are criticizing each other once again, and we need to find a way to get out of that. So I want to thank the maker of the statement, and to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Azikadongo. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I'd like to also commend the maker of the statement and also accede to the fact that our policy rates tend to have a positive relationship with our inflation, and as the statistics and the data that he acceded to, and also determine and also let us know that we have almost all the time targeted the opposite. We have almost all the time targeted an inverse relationship, but we don't get that. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, Ghana's policy rate is around 27%, and the corresponding interest rates is between 29.7 and 35%, depending on the bank that you are dealing with and your risk factor that the bank will determine for you. A 2-year average, as we speak now, has been around 29.9%, and a 5-year interest rate average is around 22.3%. Mr. Speaker, we need to understand as a country what really constitutes or what really accounts for our inflation. And as they have already said, whether it is cost push or is demand. Is it the demand that is causing our inflation, or is it the cost that is causing our inflation? And we need to understand these dynamics. Otherwise, whatever policy rate that we decide to bring might not yield the results that we have intended to have. Mr. Speaker, one thing that we need to understand is businesses, when they are finding capital for their businesses, might be from a number of sources, from equity or from debt or from a combination of both or from other sources. We need to understand that in Ghana, most businesses and most entrepreneurs do their financing or their capital mostly from debt. And this is causing a lot of issues for us. If, for example, as the Honorable Adongo said, if the policy rate is, or the interest rate is a combination between the policy rate and also other factors, then it means that, as we have said, if the policy rate goes up...
Honourable members, the Speaker should take the chair.
That means that if the policy rate goes up,
Yes, Honourable Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, as we said, it means that if the policy rate goes up, then automatically we are also looking at a higher interest rate. Now, I'm just wondering how, when the interest rate goes up, my investor or the entrepreneur in Kwabri East who produces sachet water, Ahinanai sachet water, will be able to borrow at that one and be able to get enough margins on the interest to be able to get enough profit to turn his business around. And the next factor that you have to do is to turn your business around. And Mr. Speaker, the business environment in Ghana does not really support turning businesses around quicker, because the average cycle for a business is around 30 to 45 days. And people don't usually buy on cash. So how will a businessman borrow at a higher cost and turn his business around to be able to produce more? And this is really quite a tough ask and a tough challenge for us and for businessmen and business people in Ghana. So it is not sustainable. This high cost of borrowing is not sustainable. And if, per the analysis and the statistics that we are seeing, if there's a high possibility that this is being caused by a higher policy rate, then we need to come back to the table and have a thorough discussion of these things. Otherwise, we risk putting our businesses and our businessmen out of business. Mr. Speaker, to put this into context, UK and US. In UK now has a policy rate of around 4.75%. Mr. Speaker, since 1972, The highest policy rate that has gone is around, in UK, is 20.1%. And since 1972, the average has been around 5.79%. And you see that it also corresponds with their inflation rate. US also has a similar policy rate. Mr. Speaker, how can we compete with these foreign markets if they have a lower policy rate leading to a corresponding lower interest rate, which is also cushioning their businesses and making their prices lower as compared to us in Ghana? It is very important that we look at this factor and also make sure that our place, or Ghana, is not a dumping site. Look at the businesses, or look at the products that come from China. They are very cheap, less costly, and they are competing with our local manufacturers, and they are taking our businesses out of the market. So, Mr. Speaker, the maker of this statement has made a very profound statement, and because this has become a very thought-provoking statement, we need to address it, and we need to come back to the table and find out, as I said, what is really causing inflation, and so that we know which policy or which instrument we will use to target inflation. And whatever the case is, this is thought-provoking. It needs constant jaw-jawing around the table, and I think that it is right about time that we do that in order to save our businesses in Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I once again would like to commend the maker of the statement.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to have a bite on my colleague, Honorable Stephen Amoah's input on this. Mr. Speaker, his issue is on he made a statement on certain fundamental financial economic anomalies in Ghana, which need to be rectified, on which his emphasis is on the issue of policy rates that keep on coming up, government upon government, and yet we are not finding our feet as far as the economic is concerned. Mr. Speaker, we don't need to go far in analyzing policy rate issues when we know that our economy is more demand-driven, which outpaces the issue of supply. Mr. Speaker, inflation basically is the continuous rising in the prices of goods and services without corresponding increase in production. And so when demand outweighs supply, the issue of demand pool inflation arises, because the total demand, or what we call aggregate demand, tend to outweigh aggregate supply. When we lump all the demands in the system together, from the individual to the whole economy, as against the total supply from suppliers, from individual supply to the aggregate supply, and the demand outweighs, then definitely demand pulls inflation tend to come in. And no amount of policy rate by any government or Bank of Ghana governor can outweigh this thing. The fundamental issue is, how do we produce more in excess? When we have excess supply, we feed individual homes. We are able to feed our industries with the excess. The industries overproduce. When we export, then the issue of dollar automatically comes down. We don't need a magician. We don't need mathematical analysis. Anything we are doing in the nation is about less supply, less production. Mr. Speaker, may I take you back? When President Obama visited Ghana, it was simple. What he told us was that we should let our systems work. If we overproduce at the rural areas, is it irrigation that we can't have? Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of river bodies across Ghana. Water flowing into the sea 24/7 freely. Can we go into irrigation?
along the river bodies, distance kilometers away from rivers, so that we have enough production of whatever food we need? Can we take to excess production to feed our poultry industries, to reduce the bringing in of, excuse me to say, carcasses from other countries? The rice fields are in abundance. Mr. Speaker, Tintampon North alone, the rice field we have can feed the country. Can we go into the Volta region? I know the rice that they produce. Northeast, the Mankrago, Yarba Kubaru areas. My former sports minister, his place, where most of the MPs, your MPs, Mr. Speaker, we are farmers there. If we concentrate, but here is the case, Mr. Speaker, those who produced rice last year in abundance, they didn't have market. Rice production was in abundance in this nation last year. They didn't have market. Tamale, Mankrabo, Yarba Kubaru, Volta region, no market for us. We are undoing our own economy. No amount of, explanation should we continue to have. The maker of the statement, he was the deputy finance minister when rice was not bought in this country from local consumers. Mr. Speaker, I would like my brother to get back to that economy, the basis of economics in Ghana. Production should outweigh supply. Production should outweigh demand so that we get our figures right. If not, no magician, no Bank of Ghana magician can have anything of that sort that in this country. I thank you for the analysis anyway. We'll continue to analyze economics if we don't go to practical economics. If we don't practicalize it on the field, producing more tractors like the 24-hour economy, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama wants to bring down to do. We need to supply more tractors to the farmers. Let them have tractors at the right time to farm the granules, farm the rice, farm the yams, farm the soya beans. When we overproduce and the excess we export, we will not be analyzing any Bank of Ghana rate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, with greatest respect, I try to catch your attention. I was enjoying my good friend until he decided to go on a frolic of his own. And Speaker, I wanted to draw his attention to Order 93.5, that this is a subject matter which has been raised by our colleague. And the approach should be more of a sense of patriotism. And he shouldn't try to raise any debate. Unfortunately, Speaker, I didn't catch your eye. And this has gone into the Hansard. This has gone to the Hansard. Speaker, I'm grateful.
Sorry, what has gone into the Hansard?
Speaker, I thought that he was talking about production. He was looking at market sources and all that. Then he directed attention at the maker of the statement that he was the Deputy Minister of Finance. But of course, the role of the Deputy Minister of Finance is defined. It's not about markets. It's not provision of market. I thought he was raising debate, but Speaker, I can leave this matter for another day.
Yes, once you were mentioned, you have a right of rebuttal.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I think I have to bring this clarity out. The statement I made, it is not the responsibility of the Finance Ministry to make that amendment. It's rather a monetary policy which falls within the functional jurisdiction of Bank of Ghana. So I want to correct my brother. It's got nothing to do with market price of rice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, just for that clarity. Thank you for the opportunity.
I thought you spoke. Not you.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Since you are a step ahead of your colleagues, I think you have a chance.
All right. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I really appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, I would like to comment briefly on the statement made by the Honorable Member for Ishayesu. Mr. Speaker, it is true that at times certain policy expectations of policymakers do not happen as expected. And the case in question, as raised by the maker of the statement, is the Monetary Policy Committee's rate. Mr. Speaker, the intentions of the policy rate mostly is to determine or give direction as to where inflation should be, i.e., if inflation is high, the plan is to raise monetary policy rates so that there will be more appetite, or appetite of investors will go up, and liquidity will be mobbed to invest in securities. But then normally you do not get this expectation. And Mr. Speaker, we should not forget that our market is not efficient, our market is not matured, and our market is dynamic. One side, which, Mr. Speaker, we need to look at is the fact that our country, Ghana, is still largely import dependent. And as the Monetary Policy Committee is doing its best to mop up liquidity in order to control inflation, you will have strong demand for hard currencies. People are putting their monies in dollars, in euro, and other hard currencies, and in so doing, weakening our cedi. So it goes round, comes back to hit us, as we are weakening our local currency by investing in other currencies. So, Mr. Speaker, one way to addressing this issue of anomaly is to look inward into how we push to depend on our own produce, to depend on the things that we need locally. And one of them that was championed and has been championed well, which I recommend we continue, is the 1D, 1F, which was put across by ex-President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. This program alone could change the scene and let these policy measures get their desired results. Mr. Speaker, another point that was put across by my honorable member or honorable friend is the issue of government securities normally having higher yields than those issued by private entities. And Mr. Speaker, this is not the expectation of many, because as it is said, government securities, you expect them to be risk-free. But Mr. Speaker, we know around the world it is not always the case. We've had some corporate institutions that have never reneged on their obligations, whereas the opposite is what we've seen in other jurisdictions. So yes, the theory is strong, and I do align with my honorable friend. However, these anomalies do happen because of these challenges of some sovereigns not meeting their obligations, whereas some corporate bodies meeting their obligations, having better ratings, and of course, having their yields being lower as expected. So, Mr. Speaker, not to repeat what my other colleagues have put across, I support the honorable member's submission, and what I'll add is we need to do more. We need to domesticate more, produce more locally to support our currency, to avoid this put-through from foreign currencies that we invest so much in, and in other ways, bringing inflation through the back door to our economy. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make brief contributions towards dealing with the certain fundamental economic anomalies in Ghana. The statement ably made by our colleague, Dr. Stephen Amoah, I tend to agree with the statement that he's made, Mr. Speaker, because if you look at the economic history of Ghana, I don't think that there has been any success or any time that we have recorded success in using monetary policy to deal with inflation. It's always been the opposite. And I tend to agree largely with my colleagues that have argued that there is a need for us to increase production. In fact, economics beyond the textbooks and beyond all the really big jargons is very simple things. We are having the issues of scarcity. We need to prioritize our expenditure, look at what are the, when we scale our national priority or in this chamber. Indeed, if you are importing more than you are producing, definitely there's going to have a problem with inflation. If we talk about import substitution, what are we talking about? We're simply talking about you generating sufficient local industries, businesses that are producing things that you are importing. Once you can do that, you reduce the pressure on the foreign currency. Then it's easier for you to deal with inflation. And that's why I agree perfectly with the maker of the statement. Mr. Speaker, particularly when you look at the third paragraph of the statement on the first page, the maker pointed some statistics out. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, this was, Mr. Speaker, policy rates increased from 12.92% in 2011 to 25% in 2016, with their respective inflationary rates increasing from 8.73% to 17.51%. Mr. Speaker, so it means that irrespective of how grandiose your policy rate or the monetary policy committee of the Bank of Ghana brings these policies as a way of targeting inflation, it has never achieved its goal. And indeed, when you look at from the same statistics that he gave us from 2021 all the way to 2023, 2021, 2022, 2023, the relationship is the same. So let's accept the fact that monetary policies have not achieved the ultimate goal of dealing with inflation, and that we must go back to the roots, which is production, production, production. Invest more into industries, create the local economy, make sure that the rice that we are importing, reduce the rice importation. Let's reduce the chicken importation, and let's invest through the 24-hour economy and make sure that we produce more chicken, we produce more rice, we produce, more agro products that would substitute for these things that we always import. That way, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this anomaly in our economy will definitely be addressed. Thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this statement, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to join my colleagues to thank the maker of this statement for bringing to fore this important issue of how monetary policy is not performing the expected role of driving down inflation within the broader perspective or within the broader policy of inflation anchoring or inflation targeting. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has an inflation target within the IMF program of 8% plus minus 2%. In other words, we are expected to do at 8% inflation rate. And one of the tools the central bank uses to achieve this is the issue of policy rate. And the policy rate is expected to achieve its objective only when the fiscal angle of of the whole economic mechanism is put into play. If there is no coherence, if there is inconsistency, if there is no hegemony between the fiscal policy and then the monetary policy, you don't expect
the monetary policy to achieve its objective. And Mr. Speaker, if, for instance, the objective of monetary policy is to mob up excess liquidity in the system, and in this regard, the dominant borrower in the economy is the government, the central government. Irrespective of how much we hike interest rates, the central bank will have to still go and borrow in order to finance salaries and wages and compensation, in order to finance debt servicing. So because there is this continuous cycle of government having to borrow in order to satisfy certain key expenditure handles, irrespective of the rate, the central bank will hike the interest rate. You still find government coming in to borrow. So until we are able to address that, and Mr. Speaker, we can address that by gravitating towards a system where we can have a relatively optimal revenue to GDP level in line with other best practices. When we have revenue coming up to match expenditure, would be able to do with this particular anemic fiscal policy we have been experiencing. Mr. Speaker, we will also need to know that inflation is a stubborn cat, Mr. Speaker. Inflation is a stubborn cat, and it does not listen to the language of the fiscal policy, of the monetary policy makers. It will only take, and I agree totally with the other contributors, that it will take the fiscal policy, i.e. the real sector, the production of goods and services, and in try learning in economics that says law, tells us that supply creates its own demand. In other words, when we put much effort into the production, we'll be able to drive down prices of goods and services to contain the rate of inflation. Mr. Speaker, the stability of our currency also determines inflation. This is the component we refer to as imported inflation. Imported inflation in the sense that we can do all the things right. We can increase the policy rate. Money in circulation could be reduced. Demand push inflation would probably be tamed. But if the basket of goods and services we consume in this country is imported, foreign exchange losses alone is going to increase prices of goods and services. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll have to do something about our stability of our currency in order to address this anomaly as highlighted by our colleague. Mr. Speaker, the anomaly is present, but we need to also ask, why is the USA Federal Reserve having a negative correlation between the Federal Reserve rate and also inflation? Because whenever inflation is galloping and the USA Federal Reserve hikes the policy rate, you will find a corresponding decline in the prices of goods and services. But in our case, as presented by the maker and the data thereof, we don't see that. Probably we need to ask this relevant question, and some of the answers have been proffered. Mr. Speaker, all across board, quantitative easing and quantitative tightening have been measures classical economists or classical macroeconomic theories use. These important tools are important for the management of economy. Economic management will have to be done with the combination of these tools. Quantitative easing, which is, in other words, reducing the policy rate, and quantitative tightening, in other words, hiking the policy rate. We have been using this, but it has not generated the effective returns in terms of the relevant economic indicators. We will have to look at how do we manage this tool appropriately to address the issue of inflation. Mr. Speaker, we are not working in introspection. I will conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying that whereas we lament that policy rate is not giving the required returns, i.e. reduction in inflation, we must also ask the question, but for the policy rate, what would have happened to the economy? This is where I think that the call by the engagement between the central bank and the relevant committees of parliament will come handy, because the counterfactual is not known. If the central bank does not hike the policy rate, we will not know what would have happened but for the hike in the policy rate. This will take genuine, intensive, and collaborative effort between the central bank, the government, and parliament, which has oversight, to bring to fore. So I will support the proposal and the call to Mr. Speaker that we should have an engagement between the Economic and Development Committee or the Finance Committee with the Central Bank to look at this whole issue of why this policy failure over 2 decades, or over 6 decades of implementation following the free market economy system we have subscribed to. Mr. Speaker, I thank the makers for this great statement, and I will urge again, I also join in the multitude in urging you to actually take this matter seriously, because the success of Mr. John Dramani government is going to be determined by the exchange rate, going to be determined by foreign exchange rate, going to be determined by how down or low interest rates are. And if the monetary policy is failing them, and the fiscal policy is not also doing well, we will come back to this hall and lament about how the government was not able to achieve some of the major grandiose promises they made to the good people of Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Deputy Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I will thank the maker of the statement for what I think it's an extremely important statement that begins to open up a serious debate on this relationship between policy rate and inflation. Mr. Speaker, I think one of the fundamental problems that we have faced in this country in making our policy rate work. I've already started. You want me to stop? Minister can come in early. Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, so fundamentally, let me finish. Please. Finish. Mr. Speaker, we have failed fundamentally because we have not been able to understand the type of inflation, and I mean the managers of the economy have not really understood the kind of inflation that we've been dealing with, especially in the last 5 years. Mr. Speaker, inflation comes by many ways, and the old textbook methodology of dealing with inflation has changed in the modern days of modern economics. Mr. Speaker, inflation traditionally or originally used to be a demand-driven, and that is why this arrangement between interest rate and inflation or policy rate were actually put in place, because you can then use your money supply, which is basically what interest rate is, to take money out of the system or put it in, depending on the heat that your economy is generating as a result of inflation. But when you have inflation coming from different places other than the traditional demand inflation, which is what happens to us during the COVID period, when we have supply chain disruptions, where our inflation was coming from supply side, demand side, and also the exchange rate, then it is difficult to use monetary policy to address that problem. What the central bank did in 2020, which in my opinion was a mistake, was to try and resolve inflation by trying to deal with both the demand side and the supply side, and not allowing the Ministry of Finance, who is responsible for the supply side, because the supply side was physical, actually left the space for the central bank to do that. And central bank ended up pumping money to address a problem that had nothing to do with them. It was a bad prescription given to a sickness they had no idea what a sickness. And that is what caused us the problem that we're in. Historically, we've had a problem with interest rate or policy rate not exactly being proportional as the traditional arrangement in textbook, that normally your interest rate is proportional to your inflation. Therefore, whichever direction your inflation is moving, that is where your interest rate will also move to be able to address it. But when you have a situation where your inflation is really becoming exponential, but your policy rate is not dealing with it, then the problem is more than demand side. We had a serious challenge side problem. My brother mentioned, Doc mentioned about the United States system. When you have the Treasury addressing inflation, they do their bit. You can still see inflation going up no matter what the Treasury is doing or no matter what the Federal Reserve is doing. It's because that the Fed are doing their bit and the Treasury should also do their bit. In the last 5 years in Ghana, the central bank got it completely wrong in doing monetary policy and fiscal policy all in monetary policy. And they got it absolutely wrong. And that is why we ended up with so much money being spent by the central bank. Normally, how will central bank end up in debt? It's unimaginable that your central bank, which is the bank of last resort, actually is losing money and has no one to bail it out because they were using money to solve a problem that should have been done by the fiscal side. And that is where we got into a mess. And that conversation is a serious one that we need to begin to look at. Exactly, is inflation targeting still a thing to do? And in my opinion, no. Because you cannot target inflation with monetary policy any longer. You will have to look at where the inflation is actually coming from and use all the tools available to you, the monetary policy, the fiscal policy. How do you deal with inflation when it's coming from your exchange rate? Because exchange rate has inflation. If your currency is depreciating, it means that the component of inflation in your exchange rate will also be going up, and that will feed. And if you are using monetary policy to try and address those problems, we are always going to get it wrong. So it's about time we need to sit down and rethink. Our central bank need to rethink about how they use monetary policy to try and address inflation. And I must commend the maker of the statement for bringing something that I believe in the next few years will basically begin to change economics the way we think about it here in Ghana, because it has moved from the old economics to a modern day economics, which the managers of the economy don't seem to have grasped the fundamentals of it. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I will end here. Thank you.
Speaker, the direction I was getting from the deputy leader was that he was coming to leadership. But if it is your pleasure that you will still allow members to speak, Speaker, I will leave that to you. Because I was about reminding you that...
What is the pleasure of the House?
The pleasure of the House is that I will yield my space to the former finance minister to speak. But I was reminding you, leader, that don't take your majority for granted. You are in the majority. And the practice has been that when some of these things, you speak last. So I was signaling you that we will speak, and then you speak last, but you were not listening. You are in the majority. Don't take it for granted. Speaker, may I seek your leave for the former Minister of Finance to speak instead? Okay. With your leave.
No problem.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the statement in respect of inflation targeting is a very important statement because inflation targeting has become debatable throughout the world as a vehicle for containing inflation. Other countries have other models. For example, we used to have the currency peg, which was a system by which a country pegged its currency to the currency of a low inflation country. But the problem with that was the problems in your country or solutions in your country are tied to the country whose currency you pegged yours against. And so many countries run away from the currency peg model. Others will tie it to growth. But we decided to do inflation targeting. And by inflation targeting, it is defining an inflation path and using interest rates to drive inflation towards that path, to the desired inflation target. It is not only Ghana that is using it. Many other countries, including some of the advanced countries, are using inflation targeting. And it has worked for us so far. It has worked well. There have been problems, but it has worked well for us so far, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is not to say that there are no problems associated with inflation targeting. For example, Mr. Speaker, its focus on inflation is at the expense of other economic variables, such as growth and employment. And if you want to use rates to drive down inflation, you may face some rigidities, what we call structural rigidities. When rates are higher, they do not incentivize production because the private sector, that makes production is crowded out. And when rates are lower, intended to drive inflation down, it also does not incentivize production because of the structural rigidities in our economy. So because of our structural rigidities, our economy doesn't really respond to policy change. And that is the problem you find with inflation targeting, whether it is bringing about rate increases or rate decreases. The other issue with inflation targeting is its limited flexibility in response to shocks. We have experienced a number of shocks, and these are associated with the deputy majority leader, whether it is supply chain shocks or it is financial crisis. Inflation targeting has limited capacity to respond to those shocks because of its focus on inflation. And this is why central banks will normally respond. And so this is where I disagree with him. Central banks will respond when inflation targeting is not achieving its desired objective because of the shocks associated with the economy. And these shocks are mostly shocks that are external to the economy. And so if our central bank responded by putting more money into the market, I don't see anything wrong with that. And so our central bank acted responsibly. Also because the budget is so tight. And where the budget is tight and you're facing a crisis, there is no reason why the central bank should not respond. Whether they responded in excess of what they should have done or not is something we can discuss. But as far as the response by the central bank is concerned, they acted responsibly as a central bank. And so, Mr. Speaker, I don't see any problem with that. Mr. Speaker, this is where exchange rate affects our inflation. When we had crisis globally, the Russia-Ukraine war, which caused logistical constraint globally, and inflation rose significantly across the world, to the extent that median inflation in the advanced countries went to about 7.5%. And so when advanced countries are recording 7.5% median inflation, countries that normally will record 1% or less than 1%, recording 7.5 median inflation, then I wonder why anybody will have problems with the levels of inflation Ghana recorded during that crisis. Because through the exchange rate, we suffered in our inflation increasing. The reason also was that because of inflation increasing globally, the advanced countries, their central banks did that. They raised rates. And by raising rates, their financial instruments became more attractive. And so investing in Ghana and other open economies withdrew their investment to go and take advantage of the profits in the advanced countries. And that led to our exchange rate suffering. The cedi suffered as a result of that because of scarcity of foreign exchange, as a result of the withdrawal from our market. And so in that case, which body has responsibility for exchange rate management? Again, it is the Bank of Ghana. It is the central bank. And so the response by the central bank, in my view, it was very responsible, and we should commend them for coming to the support of our government and our country to ensure that the effect was not as pronounced as it would have been, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what we need to do, if inflation targeting has to play its role, is for us to promote policy coordination between the central bank and the Ministry of Finance. Monetary policy and fiscal policy coordination is so critical for us. I don't see that coordination. The central bank is independent. The government does not dictate to the central bank. Yet, the policies of the central bank, if they are not coordinated with the policies of the Ministry of Finance or of the government, the economy suffers eventually. And players in the economy, consumers, suppliers, they all will suffer as a result. Mr. Speaker, let me give an example. There have been times the Ministry of Finance went to the market for T-bills, and we got uncovered options. We got shortfalls. But at the same time, the Bank of Ghana, through the Bank of Ghana bills, they are getting oversubscribed. And so Bank of Ghana will go to the market because they want to take out excess liquidity. Yet the Ministry of Finance, that wants money to finance the budget, goes to the market, and we encounter uncovered options. So why would the two bodies be on the market looking for the same money which we need to finance our budget? And so because of the lack of coordination, monetary policy, fiscal policy coordination, the budget suffers, and yet inflation is not being addressed. And so what we call second round effects becomes the order of the day, which we need to be addressing, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, inflation targeting is not a bad model, but it has problems that we can address. Before we get to addressing these problems entirely, what we need is coordination, policy coordination between monetary policy and fiscal policy. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, clearly the maker of the statement has demonstrated how monetary policy has not necessarily been very effective in its objective of dealing with inflation. Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight this, that if you look at the basket of goods and services for the determination of inflation, we have health, we have education, we have food, we have tourism, and all sorts in the basket. Now, if you look at all these in the basket, they are weighted, and food remains a very huge component of the determination of inflation. Therefore, for me, I think it will make a lot of impact if we commit resources, especially to looking at dealing with the element of food cost because of its potential impact on inflation. Because if you look at the other elements within this basket, all the economic factors, interest rate, exchange rate, to some extent play a role on how it impacts them. But I'm more concerned about the food impact because it carries a lot of weight. And therefore, if we put a lot of resources as a country to ensure that food is in abundance, we are making production go on well, and we are reducing our dependence on imported goods. Clearly, on the face of it, we are likely to make an impact straight away. Whilst we are able to deal with issues of collaboration between fiscal and the monetary space so that they are able to work in tandem and get the desired result out of it. So, Mr. Speaker, my simple submission is that we need to really take a close look at the food component of the inflation basket and be able to deal with it like what President Mama is saying about creating farm banks and putting enough investment into agriculture so that we can make the desired impact as far as
inflation is concerned. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
If I have to give somebody the opportunity, you have somebody behind you who has been standing for a long time. I think it would be fair for me to do so. Yes, let's listen to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by my senior colleague, Honorable Stephen Amoah. Mr. Speaker, I will act in accordance with Order 93.5. Mr. Speaker, the economic policy anomaly has an adverse effect on the cost of doing business in Ghana. In attention, it affects the production of which is critical. It affects production which is critical to meet aggregate demand. It affects employment opportunity. Mr. Speaker, it also affects industrial performance. My submission is, I would like to add my voice to the proposal that stakeholders bodies come together to help to help collect the basic but important anomaly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You want to have the last bite?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go on.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important statement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important statement by my former boss at Maslock and senior colleague, the Honorable Dr. Stephen Amoah. Mr. Speaker, for all of us who have had the opportunity to sit in economic policy class, it is trite knowledge that the structure of Ghana's economy is it's not balanced, and that it makes it very difficult for any economic policy to be successful, especially ones that are aimed at reducing inflation. And there are several reasons that account for this. Mr. Speaker, from the statement read by the maker of this statement, it is clear that monetary policy has failed to lead to a reduction or downward inflation because of the structure of our economy. And one of the reasons is that monetary policy basically has a delayed impact. In economics that are well structured, monetary policy takes between 6 to 12 months to have a direct impact on the economy. But when you look at the structure of our economy, where there is high deficit and high borrowing and fiscal indiscipline by the central government, it is difficult to control inflation. But how can we solve this problem? Mr. Speaker, there are a number of ways that as a developing country, we can approach this issue and ensure that we resolve the challenges with the structure of our economy. And I am happy that the government only a couple of days ago announced that there will be a national economic forum to assess the structure of Ghana's economy and determine how to change this structure to ensure that development comes to us at a lesser cost and for us to achieve lesser inflation rate than it is now. One of the things that we have to focus on, Mr. Speaker,
is for us to improve on import substitution. As we speak today, when you look at our economy, where you import about $1.5 billion worth of rice annually, when we have the capacity to produce enough rice to feed this country. Mr. Speaker, when you import over $850 million of tomatoes from neighboring Burkina Faso, there is no way your monetary policy rate can lead to reducing your inflation. We have to look at local production and how to boost production here in the country to address that challenge. Number two is the issue of cedi depreciation. Mr. Speaker, in the past, we have seen governments issue directives asking government institutions and private sector, encouraging them to ensure that we have cedi denominations in terms of fee payments and all of that. But Mr. Speaker, when you go to a lot of public institutions today, even in our educational sector, prices of goods and services are priced in dollars. And when that happens and many people are demanding for the dollars, cedi depreciation will continue to increase, and that will not help you to achieve the inflation that we are looking for. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that in contributing to this statement, there seems to be a general consensus on both sides of the House that there is a need for us to address the structural challenges that confront our economy. I believe that it must begin with improving with our agricultural production, especially with staple foods and items that we import on a daily basis, rice, tomatoes, and all of that. Mr. Speaker, when you come to my constituency, Ketu North, we used to be the highest municipal or district in terms of rice production. But as we speak today, because successive governments have failed to invest in even maintaining the Veta irrigation scheme, we have lost over 200 hectares of rice farmlands to climate change, and also the fact that the canals have not been distilled and farmers have lost their farmlands. Any serious government that is purposed to reduce inflation and address the structural challenges with our economy must be looking at how to boost agricultural production in our country. I respectfully submit that when the committees of parliament are formed, the Agri Committee should take a critical look at how we can ensure that production is increased, irrigation is improved, and areas where drought has affected the production of agricultural produce over the last couple of years, all these challenges can be addressed. I look forward to a day where we can produce enough to feed this country. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, after having listened to all of you, I think the proper thing is to go by the proposal of the maker of the statement and to direct the committees on the economy and development and the committee on budget to engage the Bank of Ghana and the Ministry of Finance on how we can together find solution to this problem. It's very important for us as a House to equip ourselves with this information so that the proposed economic dialogue could provide an opportunity for us as an institution to make inputs. I realize this House is so well endowed with economists. Listening to all of you, like fresh students that have been unleashed into the country. And even though you are saying the same thing, you're using different words. And it depends on which level you got to in your educational ladder. And so I enjoyed the exchanges, even though you call them comments. It was just like a classroom. So I direct that these committees should engage the Bank of Ghana, and then together we try to find a way out of the quagmire. It's very, very important for our economy.
But I also advise members to lead the crusade of trying to stop the import dependency. Well, many of you are living styles that are non-Ghanaian. And therefore, you are encouraging the young ones to move in that direction because you are telling them that that is better than our indigenous system, our identity as Ghanaians. Even our dress code, even the language you speak. Some of you try to speak some English that is unknown to Ghana. These are all causes of inflation. Because you are encouraging Ghanaians to rather look out of Ghana and depend on what is being produced by other countries. And so those who will be employing Ghanaians who will be translating these your big words into the local dialect to educate our people so that they know that our language is even richer than that one of the tribe called Angles. You don't know that England is from the two words of Engels land. And Engels was a tribe from Germany that fought its way to the Londoners and conquered them. They and the barbarians. These are history you have to learn. So England is Engels land. This is free tuition. You are not paying me. So let's try to be ourselves. It's very, very important. Let's try to be ourselves. I love one of our elders who used to preach about eating what you grow and growing what you eat. Yes, you didn't vote for him. You know, if we had domesticated our economy, some of these challenges would have been things of the past. But since you know how to eat perfumed rice than the local rice, and you will have to pay for it. How can rice be perfumed? And that is what you love more than the local paddy, which is more nutritious. You go and eat perfumed rice. Your kids are now eating noodles, or what do they call it? They don't know banku, akple, tozafi, which I eat every evening. I don't eat any other thing apart from tozafi in the evening. And Face the Wall was special food in Lagos. Face the Wall, it was only those who had that could go to the bush canteen to Face the Wall. Those who were the mob rowers will have to go to the canteen to try to learn the corner theory. If not, you won't get food to eat. Now you are eating perfumed rice. We have one more statement, and that stands in the name of Honorable Bright Asamoah Brefo. Are you ready? The MP for Bibiane. Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I'm most grateful to you for this opportunity.
Honorable Member, just a minute. I saw him on his feet, so I wanted to recognize him. Maybe he has some objection or some comment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I was coming under Order 93.1 to seek the leave of the House and your permission to raise a matter of urgent nature, which the House has to take into action. So, with your leave, if you permit me, I will go ahead and raise the matter. Thank you.
Well, let's take this statement. If you say it's of urgent nature, maybe after this statement you can make it, or it will be too late. Yes, so let's listen to the honorable member for Bibiani.
Mr. Speaker, I'm most grateful to you for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to stand on Order 67 FF and Order 93-1 to make statement on the delay in releasing WAEC results. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed to make my statement, I wish to give a brief background to what occasioned the delay. Mr. Speaker, the West Africa Examination Council, WAEC, as a regional examination body that conducts various exams in 5 English-speaking West African countries. In a press release dated December 9, 2024, disclosed that delays in the release of funds from the Ministry of Education was affecting the timely completion of post-examination processes for the 2024 West African Senior Secondary Certificate Examination.
Honorable member, just a minute. Yes, what is it, Minority Chief Whip?
Speaker, with respect, Order 93-8. Speaker, ordinarily I will not do this. It's a new standing order, and all of us should help in the enforcement of it. Order 93-8, Speaker, with your permit, says the clerk shall make available to members copies of admitted statement. Speaker, clearly we don't have copies of our colleague. We have interest in it, and I want to humbly suggest, with respect, that going forward, when Speaker admits these statements, it's made available to the table office and copies are made available to members. I thank you, Speaker.
Yes, honorable member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the West Africa Examination Council, as a regional examination body that conducts various exams in 5 English-speaking West African countries, in a press release dated December 9, 2024, disclosed that delays in the release of funds from the Ministry of Education was affecting the timely completion of post-examination processes for the 2024 West African Senior Secondary Certificate Examination. Mr. Speaker, WAEC further revealed that although the marking of essay and practical components were completed on November 20th, 2024, the scanning of objective test cards had been stalled due to the breakdown of scanners. This delay was attributed to the lack of funds needed for repairs and other operational activities. Mr. Speaker, having highlighted on what occasioned the delay in the release of the WAEC results, according to WAEC on 30th of December 2024 released the provisional results of the 2024 WAEC examination, with some 781 results being withheld as a result of some alleged irregularities and exam malpractices. WAEC confirmed that it was going to release the withheld results by February 28, after investigation into the alleged malpractices have been finalized. Mr. Speaker, parents and affected students were invited by the West African Examination Council to answer questions on the withheld West African examination results on January 30th, 2025. Mr. Speaker, students from Western North region, of which my constituency happened to be part, who had their results withheld, were asked to go to Sekindi, which is different regional capital, with their parents. Mr. Speaker, this decision by WAEC for the students and parents to move from one region to another put so much stress and financial burden on both students and parents, which could have been done in their home regional capital, Sefioso, where WAEC has a regional office. Mr. Speaker, on reaching Sekindi, affected students were instructed to enter a certain room for questioning and writing of statements without their parents, guardians, or legal representation. Mr. Speaker, this directive did not go down well with many parents and led to an altercation between some parents of the affected students and officials of WAEC in Kumasi. This led to the unfortunate death of Mr. Adjournment, popularly known as Papa Bruno, an official of WAEC. May his soul rest in peace, and my condolences to his family. Mr. Speaker, it is rather not unfair for students to be held responsible for the negligence of WAEC in executing its duty of ensuring examinations are conducted in a fair and transparent manner through its invigilators and examination practices, officers on the day of examination. Mr. Speaker, in a country where students are provided with past questions and answers as a guide, as a study guide, will it not be obvious that students will have the same answers or similar answers where similar questions are put before them? Mr. Speaker, in light of the foregoing, it is my candid view that it is unfair for WAEC to flag 319 schools for alleged collusion detected by examiners during script marking. Mr. Speaker, the actions of WAEC led some affected candidates to mount a legal challenge in the High Court, which resulted in a ruling in their favor, and the High Court ordered WAEC to release the withheld results. Mr. Speaker, as I make this statement, I believe universities have closed admissions, and both parents of the affected students are in a state of confusion with anxiety concerning what the future holds for their children. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleading with the government, Ministry of Education, and WAEC to look into the issue holistically and resolve it as soon as possible to prevent any miscarriage of justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, are you up? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the maker of the statement. As the just outgone Director General for Commission for TVET, I had the opportunity to supervise the examination of over 46,000 learners in this country for the TVET sector. Mr. Speaker, examination is not a way to punish students, but it's an opportunity to verify students' competence and to encourage learning within the school environment. And many a times, what happens is that either facilitators or, in other words, teachers are not teaching, or learners are not learning. And as such, within the TVET sector, we devise a means of encouraging learning, and I believe it will be continued. That is randomization and serialization. This, we believe, is curbing down examination malpractices. But, Mr. Speaker, nobody likes exams. Even PhD students do not like to take exams. So examination malpractices is not going to be out of the system, but we find a way to reduce it so that we can improve on competence, as learners are ones that end up becoming practitioners. Mr. Speaker, it's quite unfortunate that there are a lot of issues coming out of the statement. One that has to do with delay in releasing the exam, and one that has to do with methodology or approach of conducting exam. And the last one that has to do with the examination malpractices, whilst some student needs to be interviewed or to be heard. Mr. Speaker, every single year you realize that examination bodies do not release final results, but they will always release what we call provisional results, because you anticipate that definitely there could be some malpractices which you want to improve on. As such, every student is allowed to come and explain themselves, either to deny or otherwise. So in terms of having to bring students to answer some charges that have been leveled against them, it's something that is done across the world. But I believe maybe if WAEC has the logistics, at least it can be done on either a regional level or at a district level. At the regional district level might be a little bit difficult looking at our infrastructure, but at least at a regional level will be something that will be encouraged. Then also, so that we can curb the issue of the man that had to pass, because some learners have to travel a long way to one center to be interrogated. Then two, Mr. Speaker, the world is changing. We are moving into the 5th industrial revolution. And in our quest to either randomize or serialize exams to be able to bring down exam malpractices, I believe that we may have to introduce digitization into our exams. Because if you look at other countries that have more students than we do in Ghana, have introduced systems that are able to assess their learners to make sure that they learn but not to cheat. So something that we will encourage WAEC to do is to move from the normal analog system and to digitize our exam. In that case, Mr. Speaker, learners will be tailored to specific exam that will be individualized, so we can reduce examination malpractices. Then, of course, Mr. Speaker, one other difficulty that you tend to have is the release of funds. And examination is not one-day activity. It's a process that starts and it goes on with you're setting up your exam questions, making sure these exam questions are validated, organizing your exam. Even after the exam, we have what we call, we get the chief examiners to look at the results before they are even released. So it's a whole long process, but it requires a lot of infrastructure and a lot of capacity and a lot of resources. So I believe that if we have WAEC and, of course, the Commission for TVET to organize exam for our second cycle students in this country, this August House can make available through the Ministry of Education enough resources so that they can organize these exams very well in such a way that no student or no learner will be disadvantaged. And we can also put in measures that can encourage learning and facilitation so that our learners, before they go to exam room, will be confident enough to be assessed in such a way that they will not find themselves colluding with other learners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by my colleague. Mr. Speaker, it is true that this year the release of results for the 2024 West African Senior Secondary Certificate Examination delayed. Delayed because of the delay also in the release of funds to West African Examinations Council to conduct the marking and collation of results in time. That was a big challenge last year. And the minority chief whip, who was then the majority chief whip, how we had to work together to make sure that money was even released for the BEC, and so that it did not delay. We did same for the WAEC. So at the time money was released to them, the examination was at hand, and they needed a lot of logistics. Their equipment had broken down, so they were finding it very difficult to meet the target third day of release of results. Mr. Speaker, examination malpractices have been the biggest challenge facing WAEC, apart from funding. If you look at statistics, it has been on the increase. In 2018, the increase was 0.9%. At 2023, it was 10.1%. So over the years, we are witnessing rampant increase in examination malpractices. And Mr. Speaker, there are a number of factors to this. One of them is the leak of schools after the release of WAEC results. Schools are graded and they are given an order of merit. So every school struggles to be in the first 10 or so on the league table. And because of that, school authorities also condoned examination malpractices. If you visited schools during the WAEC examinations, you will realize that school authorities looked on while students cheated in the examination. There are centers in this country where WAEC officials are even prevented from supervising or visiting examination centers. And those schools had to be blacklisted by WAEC because there was no way they could go and then supervise or see what was happening. So the issue is more about moral issues, because if we allowed students to cheat in examinations, those of us who are to bring up these young ones are encouraging them to do so. WAEC will be in a very bad situation to carry out any measures that they want to carry out. Another challenge they have is also about the Ministry of Education and the Ghana Education Service carrying out measures that will deter both students and teachers from collaborating in examination malpractices. At times, they are only admonished or they are just cautioned or suspended for some time, and then they go back to work, and it is business as usual. So I think it is important that we ask the Ministry of Education to make sure that stringent measures are put in place to prevent students and teachers conducting themselves in examination malpractices. The sanctions are not deterrent enough, so it is still giving encouragement and room to candidates to cheat in examination. And WAEC has no power to prosecute those who are found or arrested during examination malpractices. They have to hand over the case to the police, and it takes a long time for prosecution to take place. And they are fined meager sums of money, which they readily pay and go away scot-free. So these are some of the challenges, and it is important that we take WAEC's predicament seriously and see what best we can do for them. Because of lack of funding, they are not able to go into digitalization of their printing processes. During the last examination, they had a challenge with their equipment, so everything broke down. And if they had not been given money at a point in time, they wouldn't have been able to even release the results. So they need to be supported so that they can digitalize the system and also make sure that whatever they need to do must receive the support of everybody. So, Mr. Speaker, the issue is that we sympathize with those students who were affected, and I am sure with my contact with WAEC, they will be able to release the remaining results within the shortest possible time. But what we also need to do is, as parents and leaders of the society, to talk to our students that they must stick to their books. They should not expect leakages at the time of examination or what they call APO during the examination. It is very, very important. But, Mr. Speaker, there's one thing we also need to do, is we have to take a second look at assessing our students. Do we need to just go by the old method, where at the end of 3 years or 4 years, they sit down and write examination for 3-4 hours, then they are awarded certificates? I think we need to take a second look at that also. There are different forms of assessment that I think we can adopt, so that if the percentage that will be required as written examination is reduced drastically, I think that desire to cheat in the examination, to make sure that, I get very good marks to make an A or a B, I think we will go away from that. So, Mr. Speaker, we sympathize with the students, but I can assure you that WAEC is doing everything possible to get the remaining results released as quickly as possible. This is because of lack of logistics and resources. Because my information also is that busing the candidates to the regional centers was even a very big challenge for WAEC because of lack of money. But I can assure you that this year things will change. As we are speaking now, government is indebted to WAEC to the tune of 64 million Ghana cedis. Because of that, they have not been able to pay some of the examiners, examination checkers, and all those things. They are still owing them. They are owing mechanics who work on their equipment. But we are sure that going forward, things will be better than it had been. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, could we end this one here and then move on to other matters? More members still want to contribute. What's the pleasure of the House? 1-1. Leaders, 1-1.
Yes, Speaker, one apiece.
Well, decide which one, and then you also decide which one of you.
Speaker, on our side, the Honorable Asafo-Adjei will speak. And on the other side, I can suggest to him who should speak on the side.
Are you in charge of that one too? Yes. Honorable, you can start. Asafo-Adjei can start.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it is important that we acknowledge the maker of the statement and commend him for bringing such important issue to the floor of Parliament to be discussed. Mr. Speaker, many a times we look at the decisions or measures that have been taken by WAEC, which I agree it is important. But Mr. Speaker, we cannot deal with this matter without critically looking at the issues that are confronting WAEC, Ghana, student, and all of them. We critically have, and I would suggest that, Mr. Speaker, after this deliberation on this matter, in an era where it is easy for committees to be formed, the President should form a committee to, as a matter of fact, look into this matter. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is very pertinent. Mr. Speaker, one of the major issues we are looking at is the Mr. Speaker, one of the major issues that we need to look at is a certain foreknowledge that the student, the teachers seem to get ahead of examination. Two, Mr. Speaker, there's a certain attitude where you get to the examination center where not just students are cheating, but supervisors are aiding students to perpetuate that act. Mr. Speaker, it is also important. Sometimes you find proprietors, headmasters, teachers of various institutions trying to make ways and means for their students. Why are these things going on? It is going on because there's a certain social status and social impression about the grades the school will come out with. It is important because they are looking at that as a source of getting students into their schools. Mr. Speaker, we cannot deal with this matter without looking at GES, without looking at WAEC, its internal control mechanisms. There are times, Mr. Speaker, some of these questions are coming from WAEC, internal systems. Yes, we agree. They might have challenges of funding. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't think necessarily challenges of funding must be a way, a means to give us a leeway for students to have their way at the examination centers. Speaker, I am pleading and I'm asking that beyond the statement, beyond the comment, a measure, a committee, a team must be put in place so that every year we'll go to examination, we'll come back, it's either results, provisional results are withheld, student results have been cancelled every year. Speaker, we need to find a lasting solution to this matter. And we cannot do that without engaging the stakeholders. WAEC precisely, GES, and other stakeholders that matter. Mr. Speaker, one of my honorable members made a comment that WAEC don't even have the mandate, the powers to even do investigation and prosecution. Mr. Speaker, we need to revisit these issues, whether there should be an act for them, there should be a law that would embolden them, that would strengthen them so that some of these measures can be worked on. So, Mr. Speaker, I will commend the maker of the statement. But the students are still waiting for their results. Schools have reopened. Others are moving forward. Before you know, the delay of their results would affect their...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to me. Myself, I'm a teacher, so sometimes issues of exam malpractice is serious and we need to tackle it from all angles. In the university, you meet students and then you look at their output. The only thing we could do is to find out what actually happens or happened before they got to the university. Checking from the background, I know that although from time immemorial, exam malpractice has been a problem, but I think that lately it's becoming so or too astronomical. And we needed to find out what actually is happening. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we need to look at is the free SHS program. Because when we decided to ask some of these headmasters from various schools, what we got from them was that no student fails. I don't know if is because of the free SHS. Every student has been budgeted to complete within 4 years. And so how much to be spent on each student go along with that student up to the 3 years. And so nobody fails any exams and they move through. And that is one of the major problems why, by the end of the day, students who are even not good are at the 3rd year and they need to write exams. At all cost, the parent wants the child or the student to pass, and the student himself or herself wants to pass. And so what happens? They now go to any tangent to be able to pass. So I am of the opinion that if we want to curb this, we need to look at that program very well so that we sit up. And then what we used to do when we were all in school, if you fail in any exam from first year, you don't progress to the next point. And if we are able to do that, I think that we'll be able to curb or at least reduce what we are experiencing for now. Other than that, we will be talking, but the actual input that brings that kind of output will not be able to get it. And again, if we look at students have written exams and it is assumed or it is said that they have copied and so their exams are withheld. The point is that were they supervised during the exams? And if there were actually supervision, who were the culprits? Because if they had copied, it means that those who were asked to go and supervise that exams are also culprits. Have we done anything to this? So if we are not able to bring stringent punishment to these people who also have been given monies to supervise these exams, definitely it will continue to go on because nobody would want the child or a ward to fail an exams and they will go any length to do it. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your opportunity given me.
Yes, honorable members, I just want to say that I don't think that people should fear examination. There was a statement that nobody likes examination. I don't know why people don't like examination. Well, they simply make you better. Why don't you want to be better? If you fear examination, it's just because of the fear of what? Failure. The first thing you do is to eschew fear. Why should you be afraid of doing something? Well, that's the way of learning, to make you better. So why should you be afraid to learn to be better? It's a way we define failure. We make it look bad. But failure just is a failed first attempt in learning. And you continue to learn. It means that we have to look at our issue of teaching and learning. What we are seeing applying is the old school. It's out of order. It's a cake. We have to change the system. Why do we have to call students together in one classroom and give them questions to answer? Pack them so close to each other and they will not glance and copy. Why do we continue that? Why can't we change? Do we need to continue to write exams the way we do? The man who discovered the electric bulb, what level did he drop out of the formal education? Primary 6. But he studied from the mother in the house. And at the end of the day, he had over 2,000 patents. That's part of education. We just need to change. Why do we have to grade schools? Public schools. There should be standardization. They should be the same. Why do you enrich others and impoverish others and grade them A to F? and give them the same paper. Go and write. You yourself is a failure. The government, the system, and we have to change it. You've never had enough funds anywhere. You can never in life have enough funds to do everything you want to do. It's prioritization. And so please, we don't need the executive to be setting up committees. It's part of our duty as Parliament. We should go into this issue and try to lead in finding a solution to it. The free senior high school was a major policy decision. That has been what the framers of our Constitution hoped for. And that was the vision. And so the former regime had to bite the bullet. The only thing they did wrong was not bringing it up to Parliament, for Parliament to debate and approve, fine-tune it, and let us serialize it for implementation. That was an error. But even when we did the FQ, the free compulsory universal basic education, it was brought to Parliament. Parliament debated it and approved it, and it was phased out. This time, I think the bullet blew the jaws, and this is part of the effect of that decision. But it's a decision that we have to continue. You cannot run away from it. You just have to find the money and implement it. It's good. It's not bad. But that is part of the challenges we have to face. But what is life about? It's about challenges. And so we have to support in finding solution to it. I will advise, because we haven't set up the committees yet, that the main players in the education system, when you find yourselves into the committee, let's take up this matter seriously. But it's not only an organization for Ghana, it's for the whole West Africa. We need to reform WAEC. We need to reform learning, I should say teaching and learning. And we need to make education more attractive. The teacher must be taken care of. Don't use their numbers to say that there are too many. When we were kids, we all wanted to grow up to be teachers because they were the best in the society. Now, you don't want it. It means we have failed the people. So please, let's take up this matter seriously. And don't keep on making statements every year, every meeting. There's a statement on education, a statement on WAEC, and yet we are not moving forward. I recall just the last meeting, we had a statement on WAEC, on the same issue. So please, let's move away from just talking to walking the talk. I thank all those who have made statements, and particularly the opportunity for the first-timers to break the ice. I have communication from His Excellency the President. It came whilst I was away, and it had to do with the nomination of ministers and deputy ministers. This communication is dated 9 February 2025 and is to the House through the Right Honorable Speaker. It reads, nomination of a minister and deputy ministers for parliamentary approval. In accordance with Article 78(1) and 79(1) of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, 1992, I submit through you to Parliament for your prior approval the names of persons attached hereto. I intend to appoint a minister and deputy ministers after consultation with their relevant ministers of state. The nominees' credentials and records of service demonstrate their competencies to support the government's agenda and serve the people of Ghana effectively. Attached are their curricula vitae and supporting documents for vetting. I trust that Parliament will expedite the approval process in accordance with constitutional requirements. Accept, Mr. Speaker, the assurances of my highest consideration. John Dramani Mahama, signed. The names: Minister. 1. Minister of State, Public Sector Reform, Lydia Lamisi Akamvarba. Deputy Ministers. Ministry. 1. Minister of Finance, Thomas Nyaku Ampem. 2. Ministry of the Interior, Ebenezer Oklete Telabi. 3. Ministry of Defense, Ernest Boja Jemfi. 4. Ministry of Education, Clement Abbas Apak. 5. Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, Richard Jan Mensa. 6. Ministry of Roads and Highways, Al-Hassan Saibu Suhuyini. 7. Minister of Justice and Attorney General, Justice Srim Sai. 8. Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, Yusuf Suleimana. 9. Minister of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Ritana Odole Sowa. 10. Minister of Works, Housing and Water Resources, Gisela Tete Agbotui. 11. Minister of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, Yusuf Isaka Jaja. 12. Minister of Food and Agriculture, John Kofi Seto Dumelo. 13. Minister of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, Samson Ahi. Honorable members, this is referred to the Appointments Committee for consideration and report to the House. With this, and with your kind indulgence, I proceed to adjourn the House. But before I do that, there's one other dated 10th February 2025. To the House through me, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, I write to formally notify you of my intention to travel outside the country on Wednesday, 12 February 2025, to attend the 61st edition of the Munich Security Conference, scheduled to be held from 14 to 16 February 2025 in Munich, Germany. Additionally, I will participate in the 38th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of the Heads of State and Government of the African Union from 16 to 17 February 2025 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I will return to Ghana on Tuesday, 18 February 2025. In my absence, the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman, shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in my stead. John Dramani Mahama, signed. Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, earlier on, I sought your leave to...
Yes.
So I'm just reminding, I heard you saying that...
Honorable members, it's true. Sorry for it almost eluding me. I thank you for drawing my attention. He says he has an urgent matter he wanted to draw the attention of the House to. Could we give him a listening ear? Please, you can go on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hands here a press release dated 7 February 2025, which was issued by the Ministry of Roads and Highways. And, Mr. Speaker, the subject is suspension of the implementation of the National Roads Authority Act 2024, Act 1118. Mr. Speaker, this is an act which was passed by this House in July 2024. Mr. Speaker, Article 93(2) makes it clear, and the authority or the legislative powers is vested in the hands of this House. Mr. Speaker, it is an illegal attempt by the ministry to suspend an act which has been passed by Parliament without the recourse, any recourse of the House. If the ministry has any issue with the act, the best remedy or the procedure they have to take is to come to the House and make sure the proper thing is done. But for them to unilaterally issue a press statement to suspend an act of Parliament which members of this House burnt midnight oil to pass this very important act, just for the ministry to turn away, I'm surprised. The Minister for Roads and Highways is here, Honorable Governor Sagoja. He happens to be my ranking member. Now he's the minister, he's sitting there. I'm surprised that under his supervision, he will allow such an illegality to happen. Mr. Speaker, this, if not checked, will undermine the authority and the legislative powers of this House. I'm only drawing the attention of the House so that our colleague, who is also a member, Mr. Speaker, to do the right thing, so that we do not set a bad precedent where in the future any minister can just wake up and say that we have suspended this law. So that is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm bringing this matter to your attention and the attention of the House so that the proper thing is done. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I want to thank my good friend, Honorable Kennedy Osei-Nyako, for bringing this to the attention of the House. Mr. Speaker, indeed, if I look around the room, I have worked on that bill more than anybody in this room to pass it, including himself. Mr. Speaker, this is the fact. The bill has been passed and assented to. Its implementation has generated significant unrest between the entities under the ministry, feeder roads, urban roads, and highways. I had the opportunity to meet at Deba with all the agencies. The conclusion is that we suspend the implementation and carry out further consultation with them with respect. Mr. Speaker, for instance, they raise issue about who becomes the head of NRA. Currently, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, the Director of Urban Roads is now the acting chief director, he still holds on to the position because he hasn't handed over to anybody as the substantive director. At the same time, they are complaining that it should be clear as to whether only one entity can have the leadership of NRA, i.e. whether urban roads or feeder roads. So we are saying that we suspend the implementation for now and then carry out this. And it's a popular decision there. Mr. Speaker, I am surprised my good friend is speaking this way. Mr. Speaker, the fact that laws are passed by this House, its implementation is the responsibility of the entity that sponsored it. As we speak, road toll is still a law on our books, but its implementation has been suspended. It's just 2 weeks that you have been in a month that you have done this. I'm not saying we are replicating what you have done. Mr. Speaker, there's no ill motive with this. It's basically to make it work better for the people who the law has been made for. So I appreciate him raising the issue, but maybe he would have realized that in few weeks' time, I was going to engage the Committee of Road and Transport in Parliament, if it's properly so formed, and to brief them as to what is going on. So nobody is saying that the act is no longer in effect. We are saying that its implementation currently has been suspended to deal with the difficulties the entities have. So that is what it is. It's not, nobody is usurping the powers of Parliament for passing laws. No, that is not what is happening. But the implementation has hit a snag, and we need to, because it's about people, we need to make sure it is done in such a way that there will be peace between the agencies under the ministry. That is all it is about, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes.
Speaker, I know my colleague well, the road minister, and we have worked closely, and I know how passionate he is when it comes to Parliament. And I heard him, I took time to listen to him attentively. Speaker, first of all, it is fundamental that it's not for nothing that laws are made by this House, an arm of government. And the laws are made to be respected and to be enforced. And this is not far-fetched, it's so fundamental. This is a case of doing the right thing with the wrong approach. And I also consider in times past, similar mistakes have been perpetrated. It doesn't mean we should repeat same. The question is, what precedents will we be setting if we allow this to pass? Speaker, it's important we appreciate the separation of powers. As an arm of government, the legislature have its powers, the executive have their power, and the judiciary. No, colleagues, listen to me. What kind of legal jurisprudence will we be establishing if we say that this House passes law and then the executive would decide whether to implement or not to implement? Kwame, you know better. In the case of coming to a genuine challenge, and you are a member of this House, that is why the framers of the Constitution said that 2/3 appointment will come from this House. So that as a member of this House, you should have come to this House, and regardless that the committees are not formed, our Speaker is somebody who is always amenable to these matters and also to help us navigate our way. So on this occasion, respectfully, I think that you erred. In the face of the law, you erred. Let's find a beautiful way to navigate and also not to set a very bad precedent so that in future anybody gets up, any member of the executive gets up and say that I have suspended a law based on his whims and caprices. Speaker, I think our colleague should admit that it was an excessive decision. He should have resorted to this House, and the leadership, and out of your wisdom, we would have guided him on the way forward. So the challenges he cited are good, they are well placed, but it's a wrong approach, and we cannot take this House for granted. We cannot pass laws and the laws will be at your whims and caprices. That will not be accepted, and that is not acceptable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is not for nothing that in our Constitution we have separation of powers. And indeed, where someone has a complaint about how a particular power has been exercised, there are appropriate fora where these matters are raised. Mr. Speaker, what is the complaint about? The complaint is about the use of executive power, particularly with respect to practical challenges that you and I in this House may not be privy to. If the Honorable Minister has challenges of dealing or implementing a law, the minister would have to show leadership. The minister will have to show leadership. I mean, when you go to court, there are several laws that, Mr. Speaker, we are passing in this House. For example, begging is a crime in this House. How many people have been arrested on the street because they are begging? So I'm saying that it's one thing, yes, it's one thing having the law, and it's another thing implementing the law. And the minister is the one seized with the jurisdiction of implementation. If the minister in the exercise of that jurisdiction is having a challenge, any individual affected by the decision of the minister can resort to court to find out whether the minister properly exercises jurisdiction or properly exercises discretion. That is why we have Article 296, where in the exercise of discretion, and if people have problem with how discretion has been used, also again, you go to Article 24 of the Constitution, where you can actually go to court if you feel you are affected. Then the minister will have the opportunity to go and explain himself. But if you come to court and you raise it as a matter of public interest, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the minister has given an appropriate explanation. I'm sure that at an appropriate time, where it is necessary that the law must be amended, the appropriate proposals will be made and it will be brought back to this House. But the minister is he is at the forefront of implementation, and when he has challenges, he has the right to show leadership. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
This is a statement. Are we to subject it to a debate? It's comments. And I'm surprised you are now subjecting this to a debate. It's a very simple matter. Honorable members, because I want to adjourn, I totally agree with the maker of the statement. He has drawn our attention to an urgent matter. The urgent matter is that we pass a law. The ministry is come out with a statement saying it's suspending the implementation of the law. Now, luckily for us, the minister is available. The minister has not challenged that. He is explaining why the ministry is being forced to suspend the implementation of the law. The only thing that the maker of the statement says is that if you have that kind of challenge, come back to Parliament. We had a similar one with the road tolls, as the minister drew our attention to. We called on the then minister, it's the same ministry, and it was ignored. That is a precedent that should not be followed. Because that time, those on my right were to my left. And it was raised by them. And we said the then minister was wrong. Today, those on my left are on my right. The same thing has happened. It's only that the road toll one was being implemented, and they suspended the implementation of the road toll. It caused a lot of problems. You know about the petitions that came from the workers there and all those things. They started talking about even financial loss to the state and all those things. This one is a new law that is being implemented. You have met challenges. I don't even understand why the publication. Because if you got the challenges, and the challenges have to deal with the law, the only place that can amend the law or revise the law or upgrade it is Parliament. It's Parliament, not any other place. And so it's an issue that I will refer to the minister to go and handle. And let us know if there is any problem with the law. It has to come back to Parliament, and it's only Parliament that is clothed with the authority to revise, amend, or nullify the law and pass a different law. That is the proper thing. We don't need to debate this. So I will thank the maker of the statement, and then please urge the ministry, with the minister present, to go back and do the proper thing. I'm aware of the challenge. I even recall mentioning to the minister the allegations that I heard about this matter. But I didn't know they had met and even taken the step of bringing it up to the public notice that we have proceeded to suspend the implementation of the law. As stated by the Minority Chief Whip, the proper thing should have been to approach authorities for us to discuss the way forward in handling this matter. Please, let's all focus on the national interest. Let's focus on strengthening our democracy. Let's focus on strengthening the institution of Parliament to be able to hold whoever is in power accountable to the people. Very important. It's with this, I will proceed to adjourn the House. Please.
With respect, before you adjourn the House, just to bring to the notice of my respected leader that if it pleases the House, it's because originally that has been your directive, that we sit at 2, so that we adjourn to 2 o'clock, and then the early hours of tomorrow, from 10 to, say, 1 o'clock, the Committee of Selection can meet to bring finality to the composition of the committee, which is always becoming an issue. So, Speaker, I'm employing my colleagues if you accede to the application so that we adjourn to tomorrow at 2. Tomorrow at 2.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think my honorable friend is right. We can do that in the morning, and then if, we are in your hands, basically. 2 o'clock will be appropriate. Thank you.
What about 12? Instead of 2, 12.
Speaker, it's fine. Once we can have time to have Committee of Selection meeting, it's fine by me.
Yes. Apart from that one, we are also looking at the leadership, getting that committee to advise me on who to appoint to the Parliamentary Service Board. We need to inaugurate the board. We also need to activate the friendship associations. Members have to join parliamentary friendship associations. We are having invitations from many parliaments all over the world for our members to visit them or for them to receive members come from those parliaments. Yeah, we don't have those associations in place. Please kindly work on these matters as quickly as possible for them to put this in place. We have a lot of new members who want to experience this other area of our legislation. So work on them time is of essence. We are also expecting, before the end of the month, the SONA, State of Nations Address. And by the early weeks of March, then we have the budget. We need to have these committees in place. We need to do some orientation, particularly as we have so many new members. These are all in the hands of you leaders. I'm waiting as the chair of the Committee on Selection to do all this, integrate the structures, and then we can move on as a house. I will advise that to really get the participation of members and also public, we need public participation in whatever we do. My proposal has always been that we should start sitting from 2. Members have opposed it, but this proposal was made even from the first parliament of the 4th Republic. That has been the proposal, because of good reason. But at that time, it came from the wrong person. And so the members opposed it, because the person who proposed it was a very active legal practitioner. And they said he wanted that time to always go to court. And so they did not support him to do that. So it was rejected. But as we moved along, experience has shown that yes, members have a lot of things, and particularly now that you have a lot of pressure from your constituents, you have to attend to them almost every morning. You have to run to emergencies. You have to go around looking for jobs. You have to go around looking for visas. You have to do so many things. So in the morning it's always crowded. Then you have traffic. The fuel that you are giving is not sufficient. You have to look for more money to buy more fuel. And that is a tall order for you to be present here and be doing all those things. Then you have the committee sittings. You can't sit, get tired, and go back and do committee work. So you try to sit in the morning to do committee work. The house is empty. The public is crying. They are attacking you. And yet they are calling you to many activities. And they want you to be at those activities and also be present in Parliament. You know, it's impossible. So why not agree for us to sit in the afternoon and sit even up to 8? Then we can get the public participating at the gallery. And we can see senior citizens then relaxing and watching you on their TVs. Because we are doing live broadcast. It will assist me to manage you. Because your paramount chiefs will be watching you. Your in-laws will be watching you. Your children will be watching you. And when you start misbehaving, you go home, your son will ask you, but daddy, why did you do that on the floor? We need that. We need the feedback. Please, it's not every parliament that says from 10. Many parliaments now have moved to the evening so that they can get other people to participate, particularly this lawmaking, where you need the public servants to appear before the committees, to lead the committees with technical inputs for us to pass quality laws. So when you go to implement them, you will not have the same technical people now having challenge with the implementation of the law. By the time that you are meeting, they are caught up at the ministries. And the ministers, even the Attorney General, they have usual serious challenges in appearing before our committees to support us because of the time of sitting. And so if we decide to do it in the evening, we'll get all these coming to participate. And I think that will improve the quality of our products. But that is left to the House. It's not for the Speaker to decide. That is a decision left to the House. And I always leave it to you to decide. With this, I'll proceed to adjourn the sitting to tomorrow, as agreed at 12 noon. Agreed? The House is so adjourned.